Chapter 23. Sun Jiaoyan and his daughter were petrified as they looked at Lin Fan, who was filled with killing intent. However, Yi Chen ignored them. He sat still as if he was scared out of his wits. Sun Sairong's body was shaking slightly. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Dad, why please save him?" Sun Jiaoyan looked bitter. What could he do when facing an ancient martial artist? Lin Fan smirked and looked at Yi Chen in a condescending manner. "I'm going to say this one last time. Kneel down, you aunt. Who knows, I might consider leaving your body in one piece." At that moment he was extremely arrogant. He was not in a rush to kill Yi Chen. Instead, he wanted to torture him before Sun Jiaoyan and his daughter. He wanted to regain the dignity and limelight that he had lost earlier. Thud! Yi Chen did not run. Instead, he took out a cigarette and lit it up. He said in a playful manner, "Please begin your performance." "Mr. Yi, run now. Run now. Otherwise, he'll really kill you." Sun Jiaoyan was stomping his feet in panic. He regretted asking Yi Chen to treat him in the beginning. He should not have asked Lin Fan to come in as well. Otherwise, so many things would not have happened. "Haha, I've changed my mind. I'll cripple you first and break all your bones. Then, I'll chop off your limbs and soak them in the potion. I'll make you wish you were dead." Lin Fan scoffed and threw a punch. The wind from his punch was powerful. He then charged at Yi Chen's face. Sun Jiaoyan and his daughter closed their eyes by instinct. They were in despair. "Oh no, Mr. Yi is dead. How is that possible?" However, a voice that was filled with disbelief made Sun Jiaoyan open his eyes in the next second. He was dumbstruck. He saw Lin Fan's punch stop when it was less than 10 centimeters away from Yi Chen. It stopped all of a sudden. Meanwhile, there was a faint golden airflow coming out of Yi Chen's body. It looked like an energy barrier from far away, preventing Lin Fan's terrifying punch from going any further, releasing true energy and condensing it into a wall. How is that possible? Lin Fan's eyes were wide open as he mumbled to himself. A bone-piercing chill rushed from his head to his toes, releasing true energy and condensing it into a wall. Only Master could do this. Even eldest senior brother, who had been in the sect for more than 30 years, could not do it. He knew very well how terrifying his master was. At his age, Lin Tai was scared out of his wits. There was only one thought in his mind. That was to escape. Run as far as you can. Wait for Master to deal with him. As Sun Jiaoyan and his daughter were dumbstruck, Lin Fan suddenly turned around and dashed toward the door at an extremely fast speed. God, is Lin Fan trying to escape? Sun Jiaoyan sucked in a cold breath. "Run. Where are you going?" Yi Chen chuckled softly and extended his right hand slowly. He curled his fingers slightly and grabbed Lin Fan, who was already at the door. He performed the most basic gravity method in the cultivation world. No. All Lin Fan felt was an extremely intense suction force coming from behind him. He shrieked in fear and subsequently retreated uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, he retreated to Yi Chen. Yi Chen grabbed him by the neck and lifted him midair. There was dead silence in the house. The 10 hunks who were lying on the ground watched the scene blankly. They felt like their worldview had been turned upside down. Sun Jiaoyan was petrified on the spot. There was only endless shock in his heart. Lin Fan, who was so powerful earlier, was like a chick being crushed by Mr. Yi in the blink of an eye. Sun Sairong covered her red lips with her hand and stared blankly at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. The rising and falling of her breasts showed how upset she was. The arrogant aura that Yi Chen exuded at that moment shocked her deeply. Even though she was the Medicine King's daughter who had lived a luxurious life, she had never felt something like that before. So powerful, so handsome. Lin Fan's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with fear. "Say, Senior, please spare my life. I didn't know that you're a martial Dao master. I'm willing to apologize. Please spare my lowly life." Yi Qin squinted. It's too late. No, my master is Yuan Bupo. Why you'll kill me? He won't let you go. Lin Fan shrieked in indignation. Sun Jiaoyan, who was standing aside, had a drastic change of expression when he heard Yuan Bupo's name. He said, Mr. Yi, you can't do that. Kacha! As a crisp sound came, Yi Chen broke Lin Fan's throat. He died on the spot. His eyes were wide open, clearly dying with a grievance. Yi Chen tossed his dead body onto the ground and looked at Sun Jiaoyan expressionlessly. Why not? Sun Jiaoyan looked at Lin Fan's dead body and asked in despair, Mr. Yi, do you know who Yuan Bupo is? Yi Chen did not care at all. Sigh. Sun Jiaoyan stomped his feet and said, Yuan Bupo is a rare martial arts genius. He's known as the Tianen #1. Now that you've killed his disciple, he definitely won't let this go. Are you saying that he's allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? Yi Chen looked at him coldly. Sun Jiaoyan was speechless. So what if he's killed? Yi Chen said coldly. You can tell him my name if Yuan Bupo really comes to punish you. Yi Chen might have laughed it off if it was some random person who offended him. However, Lin Fan was different. He was an ancient martial artist who could defeat more than 10 strong hunks in an instant. If he really let him go, there would be endless trouble in the future. Sun Jiaoyan could only sigh. I've cured him. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Yi Chen flicked the corner of his shirt and said, Give me the heavenly spirit flower. Yes, yes, yes. Sun Jiaoyan could not stop nodding. Subsequently, he walked out of the house with the person on the ground. Clearly, they were going to get the heavenly spirit flower. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Sun Sarong were the only ones left in the house. Sun Sarong was still immersed in the scene earlier. She only snapped back to her senses a while later. She walked to Yi Chen slowly and said while smiling, Sarong thanks Mr. Yi for saving my life. She felt a little numb as she looked at Yi Chen's ugly face quietly. It's all right. We're just taking what we need. Yi Chen smiled calmly. He had no intention of talking to her. The smile on Sun Sarong's face dimmed. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. Soon, Sun Jiaoyan returned with a medicine jar. He passed it to Yi Chen respectfully. Mr. Yi, this is the heavenly spirit flower. There's 20 million yuan in this card. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. There was a translucent liquid in the medicine jar. There was a green plant with 7 leaves that looked beautiful. There was also a black bank card with it. Yi Chen was a little excited after taking it. He had finally gathered all the herbs to refine the blood marrow pill and qi blood pill for Meng Meng. He did not come for nothing. Yi Chen only asked a while later, Old son, do you have a quiet room here? Yes, I'll get it ready for you now. Sun Jiaoyan responded and ordered people to get it ready. He thought Yi Chen wanted to rest since he had exhausted a lot of energy from the treatment earlier. Oh yeah, I have 2 friends outside. Please get them to come in and wait for me. After entering the quiet room that Sun Jiaoyan had prepared for him, Yi Chen lifted his hand to set up a restriction. He then took out the herbs that Gu Shaoquan had given him earlier and placed them together with the heavenly spirit flower. If it were someone else, they might not be able to refine pills without a cauldron and earthly fire. Fortunately, I once obtained a method of alchemy in the void. This method can turn one's own aura into an alchemy furnace without the need of an alchemy furnace, and even produce the samadhi true fire. Yi Chen sat with his legs crossed and released spiritual energy. When he saw the spiritual energy in the air turn into a cauldron, he waved his arm. All of the herbs before him flew into the air. At the same time, Sun Jiaoyan invited Gu Shaoquan and Ahuin. They were shocked when they found out that Yi Chen had really cured Sun Sarong's illness. Sun Jiaoyan was also shocked by Gu Shaoquan's identity as the Gu family's young master. He thought to himself that Mr. Yi was indeed an expert. Putting aside the fact that he was proficient in medicine and martial Tao, he was even acquainted with a wealthy family, like the Gu family. Meanwhile, Sun Sarong stood outside the quiet room where Yi Chen was refining pills. She stared blankly at the tightly shut door. She, Sun Sarong, was the Medicine King's daughter. She was also known as one of Qiannan's top 10 beauties. If an ordinary man were to see her, he would definitely be out of his mind. However, Yi Chen was different. He even had the vague intention of keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. This made her feel a little defeated and inferior. If it were the past, she would not have done that when she was cold to men. The image of Yi Chen killing Lin Fan had left an indelible mark in her heart. A silhouette walked to her and looked at the direction of the quiet room. He sighed. "Little girl, people like Mr. Yi are destined to live in a different world from us. Moreover, I heard that Mr. Yi has a wife and a daughter. Dad, I'd really like to know what kind of woman can be his wife." Sun Sarong clenched her teeth softly, feeling indignant. Sun Jianyan shook his head and turned around to leave. He knew his daughter very well. To put it nicely, she was arrogant and stubborn. She would not change her mind once she made up her mind. Chapter 24. In the car heading to the Gu residence. Although Yi Chen looked exhausted, there was joy between his brows. The reason being he had obtained 10 qi blood pills, 10 blood marrow pills, 5 body-strengthening pills, and 1 vitality pill. The qi blood pills and blood marrow pills were for Meng Meng. He would take 2 pills every 10 days. They should be able to last until he broke through to foundation building. By then, he would be able to refine the rebirth pill. Meanwhile, the body-strengthening pills were for Yi Chen's parents. The two of them had worked hard for half their lives, so they had many internal injuries such as cervical spondylosis and rheumatism. Approximately half an hour later, when the car was about to arrive at the Gu residence, he saw Old Master Gu waiting at the entrance with a bunch of people from far away. As soon as the car stopped, Old Master Gu said while laughing, "I've been waiting for so long. You're finally here, sir." "You're being too polite, Old Master. I don't deserve to be called sir. Just call me Yi Chen." Yi Chen got out of the car while smiling. There were 2 ladies standing next to the Old Master. One of them was Gu Yingying, whom he had fought before. Meanwhile, he had never seen the other one before. However, Gu Yingying was cold to him. Clearly, she was still jealous of him for kicking her chest. The Old Master seemed to have noticed his doubt, so he introduced while smiling, "Mr. Yi, this is my granddaughter-in-law, Xiaoguan's wife, Fang Yuan. Yuan, greet Mr. Yi." Fang Yuan smiled sweetly immediately. "Greetings, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen nodded and could not help but look at her again. He realized there was a faint black energy between her brows while there was a red energy in her stomach. He came to a realization at that moment. The black energy was the resentment that was transferred from the longevity lock, while the red energy was naturally the energy of the fetus. "Mr. Yi, please follow me." The Old Master led him to the 2nd floor of the villa passionately. He then got someone to serve him tea. Yi Chen took a sip and said while raising his brows, "The tea is great. I'm glad that you like it, Mr. Yi. These are the Wui Mountains de Hong Pao that someone gave to me. I'm not used to drinking it. You can bring some back when you leave," the Old Master said generously. Gu Yingying, who was standing aside, scoffed. "Grandpa, you're just pretending to be generous. You usually keep this thing more tightly than anyone else. Even when Uncle Xiao came to our house last time, you couldn't bear to take it out." She glared coldly at Yi Chen when she was done speaking. That kick from that fellow last time had caused that part of her body to hurt for a few days. After going to the hospital for a checkup and confirming that she was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. Old Master Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Do you think I don't know your Uncle Xiao? He's a complete tea fanatic. If he knew that I have such a good thing, he would clean it up for me." During that period, Gu Xiaoguan would look at Yi Chen from time to time. He seemed like he had something to say. Yi Chen smiled and took out 2 medicinal pills and placed them on the table. The group of them stared at the pill with their eyes wide open, not knowing what to do. The old master frowned. "Mr. Yi, what's this?" "The purple one is a body-forging pill. I'll give it to the old man." The old man must have suffered many internal injuries on the battlefield in his early years. He'll feel much better after taking it. As for the red one, it's a vitality pill. It can dissolve the resentment in Ms. Fang's body and has the effect of stabilizing the fetus. Yi Chen looked at Fang Yuan by instinct as he spoke to this point. If she had not met Yi Chen, the baby in her stomach might have died in her womb. However, it was considered a blessing now. The effect of the vitality pill could be absorbed by the baby too. There was a certain chance that the baby would have a spiritual root when it was born. Gu Shaokuan looked at the people and said in slight disbelief, "Mr. Yi, are you saying that these two medicinal pills can cure illnesses?" To the modern world, people would either look for Western medicine or Chinese medicine when they were sick. The medicine they would take would be either medicinal pills or decoctions. Speaking of medicinal pills, people would instinctively think of an ancient emperor who did not care about politics. People would subconsciously think of a certain emperor in ancient times who did not care about the state affairs and spent all day with a group of Taoist priests by the alchemy furnace, dreaming of ascending to the heavens. Gu Shaokuan was not the only one who was confused. The rest were the same. Gu Yingying finally found a reason to attack him. She scoffed and said, "Medicinal pills? Have you read too many novels?" If not for Yi Chen's terrifying ability, she would have chased him out as a scammer. Haha. Yi Chen smiled without saying anything. Looking at the red body strengthening pill, old Master Gu asked, "Mr. Yi, can this medicinal pill really cure my internal injury?" "You can try it, old master." "Grandpa, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. What if something happens to you after you eat it?" Gu Yingying stopped him immediately. "Don't worry, I believe in you, Mr. Yi." The old master hesitated for a moment before picking up the body strengthening pill and putting it into his mouth. It was too late when the people reacted to it. "If anything happens to my grandpa, you won't be able to get away with it." Gu Yingying glared at Yi Chen ferociously. At that moment, the group of people stared at the old master anxiously. They were afraid that he would suddenly complain about having a stomachache or die after vomiting blood. The old master's body shook all of a sudden. "Grandpa!" Gu Shaokuan and Gu Yingying screamed out of worry. Subsequently, a red glow came out of the old master's body. The red glow spread all the way to his head as if he was drunk. The old master could not help but shout and spat out a mouthful of foul air. At the same time, the white hair on his head turned black at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The people were speechless from the shock. After the red glow faded, the old master bowed at Yi Chen immediately. "Mr. Ye's medicinal pill is amazing. I feel much more relaxed now. My waist isn't sore, and my legs aren't hurting anymore." Yi Chen nodded while smiling. Gu Yingying's beautiful eyes were wide open. She was in slight disbelief. "Grandpa, are you really all right?" "I'm not just all right. I feel like I'm 10 years younger now. I can kill a cow with a single punch." The old master was extremely excited. Gu Yingying was relieved. She could not help but glance at Yi Chen. She thought to herself that although this guy was a little perverted, he was really capable. Gu Shaokuan only snapped back to his senses then. He picked up the remaining medicinal pill on the table and passed it to Fang Yuan. "Wifey, hurry up and eat it." With the old master taking the initiative to test the medicine, the group of people had nothing to worry about this time. After Fang Yuan swallowed the vitality pill, a gush of black energy flowed out of the top of her head. Her face, that was initially pale, now looked much rosier. The people were shocked. The old master could not help but be overjoyed. "Mr. Yi, thank you for helping our Gu family. Our Gu family is extremely grateful. From now on, our Gu family will definitely do our best to help you with anything you need." Gu Shaokuan took out a Lamborghini car key and passed it to Yi Chen. He said, "That's right, Mr. Yi. I was disrespectful to you earlier, but you didn't hold it against me. I'm ashamed that I can't repay you. Take this. Also, I'll give you the company that my wife works for." Yi Chun was between laughter and tears. Just when he was going to reject it, the old master said firmly, "Please don't reject it, Mr. Yi." Yi Chun had no choice but to take the car key. Gu Shaoquan then said while smiling, "The transfer of the car will be done within 3 days. As for the company, Feng Yuan owns 60% of the shares. After transferring the shares to you, we'll hold a shareholders' meeting to appoint another director. Don't worry about that." Chapter 25. Why are you asking about this person all of a sudden, Mr. Yi? The smile on old Master Gu's face was gone. He looked rather fearful. Yi Chun smiled and said casually, "It's not that I'm asking about him all of a sudden, but I killed a useless disciple of his earlier." The room fell into silence as soon as he was done speaking. Gu Shaoquan, his wife, and Gu Yingying had a change of expression. None of them were ordinary people. Naturally, they knew how much killing intent and coldness were contained in Yi Chen's words, even though he sounded relaxed. Gu Yingying, in particular, could not help but take a good look at Yi Chen. She was secretly shocked. She could not believe that not only was this guy cold on the outside, but his heart was cold too. He said that he had killed someone in such a calm manner. It seemed like he had really shown mercy when he kicked her the other day. The old master inhaled sharply. Horror filled his face. "Mr. Yi, are you sure you really killed Yuan Bupo's disciple?" He said that Yuan Bupo was his master before he died. It should be true. After all, a dying man's words are kind. Yi Chun nodded calmly. The old master suppressed the horror within him forcefully and turned his head to look at Gu Shaoquan and his wife. He said, "Shaoquan, Yuan, you guys can leave now. Grandpa, listen to what you're saying. I'm your biological grandson. The Gu family's blood flows in me. Why are you hiding it from me?" Gu Shaoquan looked speechless. The old master glared at him. Gu Shaoquan then left the room with his wife, Feng Yuan, with a bitter expression. He mumbled as he walked. The old master then forced a smile and said, "Please forgive me, Mr. Yi. My useless grandson isn't a martial artist. Moreover, his father passed away early, so the less he knows, the better." In reality, there was something that he did not say. As long as he did not offend ancient martial artists, no matter how arrogant Gu Shaoquan was, he could wipe his ass for him. Yi Chun nodded to show that he understood. The old master glanced at him next to him and said with an extremely strange expression, "Aren't you from the ancient martial world, Mr. Yi? Why haven't you heard of Yuan Bupo, ancient martial artist?" Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Subsequently, he said while smiling, "Old Master Gu, to be honest, I'm not an ancient martial artist. I'm an energy refinement cultivator. Qi practitioner. Forgive me for living for so long, but I've never heard of it." The old master was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ahu behind him with a blank expression. Ahu hurriedly shook his head. "I've never heard of it either. Forget it. Since Mr. Yi has such skills, he's naturally not an ordinary person." The old master could only wave his hand and said, "Mr. Yi, martial arts has been the norm in China since ancient times. After thousands of years of inheritance, we formed our own cultivation system and foundation. In order to distinguish it from modern fighting techniques, we call them ancient martial artists. As of now, what I know is that the ancient martial realm is divided into 2 big realms, the acquired realm and the innate realm." Yi Chun said in surprise, "What do you mean by acquired? What is innate?" Ahu and Gu Yingying also pricked up their ears. They usually didn't know much about this. The so-called acquired realm is when martial artists train their bodies to stimulate their body's potential and generate energy in their body. Then, they combine it with some fighting techniques. Basically, it's divided into 4 minor realms: movement, illuminating energy, internal energy, and illuminating meridian. Usually, as long as there's energy in your body, you're considered to have stepped into illuminating energy. You'll only need to strengthen the energy continuously to make it bigger, more condensed, and then integrate it into your muscles and acupuncture points. When the energy is mastered, it can clear the blocked meridians in the human body, especially the run meridian and do meridian. As soon as it's cleared, the energy can flow through the entire body and circulate freely. That's why those who have cleared the run meridian and do meridian in martial arts novels are experts. The old master spoke with fervor and assurance. He roughly explained some knowledge about ancient martial arts to Yi Chen and the other two. Yi Chen asked while frowning, "What about the innate realm?" Acquired martial artists can turn the energy in their body into true energy. They'll be able to enter the innate realm after they release their true energy. However, it's 1 in a million. When they reach that stage, they'll be able to fight 100 people on their own. That's why they're called martial Tao masters. The old master exclaimed, however, it's just too difficult to get to the innate realm. Countless acquired martial artists can't even get to the innate realm after giving their all. I've been cultivating for most of my life, but I'm only at illuminating energy now. Gu Yingying stuck her tongue out upon hearing that. She had been taught by the old master since she was young, but she was only at movement. She could only mimic and perform the moves that looked real. Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times. He was beginning to understand now. Ancient martial artists focused on their bodies and energy. Moreover, energy could not be absorbed from the outside world. It had to be condensed on their own. Meanwhile, cultivators absorbed spiritual energy from heaven and earth and converted it into spiritual power. They focused on supernatural powers, magic treasures, formations, talismans, and other external items. He then went back to the topic, since the old master is so afraid of him. I suppose this Yuan Bupo must be on the legendary innate realm, which means he's a martial Tao master, right? That's right. The old master nodded with an extremely serious expression. Not only is Yuan Bupo a martial Tao master, but he's also the number one in the 3 provinces of Tianan. He's been famous for decades. He's one of the powerhouses among the martial Tao masters. One can say that he's the uncrowned king of the entire Tianan. Even my Gu family has to look up to him. The old master took a deep breath in as he spoke to this point. Not only is he the number one in Tianan, but he's also one of the 5 powerhouses: Eastern Superior, Western Overlord, Southern Killer, Northern Devil, and Unquestionable Sword. He's known as the Southern Killer. Grandpa, does this Eastern Superior that you're talking about represent the 5 powerhouses? Gu Yingying could not help but ask. Yi Chen was also extremely curious. The old master nodded. That's right. They represent the 5 famous innate stage powerhouses. They're Eastern Superior Ning, Western Overlord Chao, Southern Killer Yuan, Northern Devil Jiang, and Unquestionable Sword. Of course, those are just nicknames. I've no idea what their real names are. Grandpa, who's more powerful among the 5? Gu Yingying's pretty face was flushing while excitement filled her beautiful eyes. The old master glanced at her helplessly. As the saying goes, there's no first in literature, and there's no second in martial arts. At that level, there's no difference between the strong and the weak when it comes to life and death. Moreover, I've never heard of any of them fighting before. Yi Chen secretly nodded. In this peaceful world, it would not be as chaotic as the cultivation world. Moreover, he believed that since such people existed, there must be rules that restrain them. Otherwise, it would have been a mess long ago. Oh, Gu Yingying gave a short response and looked disappointed. She asked again, Grandpa, apart from the 5 of them, are there any others? Yes. The old master was straightforward this time. He said, apart from the Eastern, Western, Northern, and Southern killers, there are a few more in Beijing. For example, the Zhan family's genius, Zhan Kunlun, the Su family's son, Su Qilin, and the Zhongnan Sea's madman, Han Xiaotian. However, their identities are mysterious, and they keep a low profile. Oh yeah. The old master seemed to have recalled something. He said, while smiling, something interesting happened 8 days ago. I heard that an expert appeared at the foot of Mount Tai. His name is the Unparalleled Sword. As soon as this person appeared, he went around challenging experts. Moreover, he crushed all of them along the way, shocking the ancient martial world. At the foot of Mount Tai, 8 days ago, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that. He asked, the Unparalleled Sword? 8 days ago was the time he returned to Earth. He had also walked out from the foot of Mount Tai. That's right. Why would someone have the surname Jen? That's funny. Gu Yingying snickered. She wondered if there was someone with the surname Dao. The old master shook his head. It should be a nickname. Anyway, I heard that this person is very young. I don't think he's even 18 years old. He wears white and carries a broken sword on his back. He's very cold and doesn't like to talk. However, he'll challenge anyone with a sword. If he wins, he'll leave after saying something. What did he say? Sigh, old master, stop keeping us in suspense. Even Ahu, who had been silent, could no longer sit still. The old master said with a strange expression, that person said that you don't know swords, and you're not worthy of using them. In this world, only my master knows swords. If I find out that you use a sword again, I'll definitely chop your head off. Gu Yingying was shaking from the joy. He, this person is so Chinibyu. Could he be a Chinibyu? Or did he suffer from chi deviation? I'm not sure about that. The old master shook his head and looked at Yi Chin. He said after a sigh, Mr. Yi, you know about Yuan Bupo's situation now. You've killed his disciple. I'm afraid there's a grudge between you and him. Don't worry about it. Yi Chan smiled calmly and said, that useless disciple of his deserves to die. If he's going to attack me, I don't mind letting the master and disciple reunite in the underworld. The old master's face twitched hard when he heard that reply. He was speechless. Gu Yingying, on the other hand, scoffed. He's a martial Dao master who's been famous for many years. He's also the Tianen #1. Aren't you being too arrogant? Really? The more you say that, the more I want to fight him. Yi Chun responded expressionlessly. Gu Yingying was pissed. The old master glared at him immediately and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Yi, I've spoiled Yingying since she was young. She's rude. Please don't take it to heart. Don't worry about it. Yi Chin shook his head. He was not angry at all. Instead, an intense battle intent surged out of him. So what if you're master? So what if you're the Tianen #1? If you're my enemy? Chapter 26. Who drove Yi Chin home after chatting with the old master and the rest for a while. As for the Lamborghini that Gu Shaokuan gave him, he didn't drive it away because he didn't have a driver's license yet. In order to avoid too much trouble, he could only leave it at the Gu residence. Old Master Gu stood before the window and watched the car drive away. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his head to ask Gu Yingying, who was behind him, "Oh yeah, what do Mr. Ye's parents do?" "One is a security guard and the other seems to be a cleaner," Gu Yingying said after thinking about it. She had secretly found out about Yi Chen's family before this. The old man was slightly taken aback, then said, "How about this? Think of a way to contact the company Mr. Ye's parents work for and transfer Mr. Ye's father to the town hall to arrange a job. As for Mr. Ye's mother, well, transfer her to the nursing home opposite to take care of my old brothers." Gu Yingying pouted slightly. She was shocked, but she agreed to it anyway. As soon as he returned to his apartment, Yi Chin saw his daughter, Meng Meng, chasing a bunch of kids around with a stick in her hand. Meng Meng said while panting, "Don't run. I'll stop you if you dare." From time to time, the children who were running in front turned back and made faces at her. The little girl was so angry that she screamed. She quickly caught up with the little fat boy who was running at the back and hit him with the stick. Little Fatty immediately burst into tears. Meng Meng. Yi Chin walked over immediately and carried the little girl in his arms. "What's going on?" "Daddy, They said that Meng Meng was picked up by Grandpa and Grandma. The little fellow's face was flushed red, feeling very wronged. When the kids saw that the adults had arrived, they quickly dispersed. Obviously, they were afraid of being beaten up. Yi Chen said in amusement and annoyance, "Doesn't Meng Meng have a father? How could he have been picked up?" Yes, but they kept scolding Meng Meng like this, and Meng Meng couldn't beat them with words, so she could only hit them. The little fellow put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "If I can fight, I won't talk." Yi Chen was dumbstruck. He was shocked by what the little girl said. Subsequently, he pinched the little girl's cheeks and said, "You can't do that next time. What if you fall?" But what if they still scold Meng Meng? The little fellow curled her lips, obviously very unconvinced. Yi Chen said while smiling, "If they scold you again, tell me. I'll talk to their adults and ask them how they educate their children." The little fellow nodded reluctantly. Yi Chen shook his head and carried her into the house. He realized that his parents were not around. It seemed like they had gone to work. He asked in concern, "Meng Meng, are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry. Grandma came back at noon to cook for me." The little fellow shook her head and obediently turned on the TV. She looked at Big Head Daddy and Little Head Daddy and couldn't stop laughing. Yi Chen sat next to the little girl after washing up in the bathroom. He took out a chi blood pill and a blood marrow pill from his embrace. "Dad, what is this? It smells so good." The little fellow was immediately attracted by the fragrance of the elixir. His eyes widened in curiosity. Yi Chen said while smiling, "These are the candies Daddy bought for you. Sugar? Is it delicious?" The little guy's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. "It's delicious." The little girl took the chi blood pill and put it in her mouth immediately. She cried after tasting it, and her little face collapsed completely. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that there shouldn't be anything wrong with the elixir that he refined. Moreover, old Master Gu was fine after eating it too. "It's bitter. It's so bitter. Daddy lied to me. Daddy is a bad guy." The little girl cried with tears all over her face. Yi Chen was relieved. He got up and poured her a glass of water. He comforted her. "Daddy really didn't lie to you. This candy is bitter in the beginning, but it'll be sweet later on." The little fellow only felt better after gulping down half a cup of water. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Yi Chen asked carefully. The little girl squinted and revealed an expression of enjoyment. "It's so comfortable. I feel warm all over. Here, eat this one too." Yi Chen passed the remaining blood marrow pill to her. The little girl pouted and was going to reject it. Yi Chen said immediately, "Be good, Meng Meng. As long as you eat it, I'll bring you out to play tomorrow." "Really? Daddy, you can't lie to me. I've never seen a monkey or an elephant." The little girl's eyes lit up. "Really, I'll bring you out tomorrow." The little girl then smiled in satisfaction. She ate the blood marrow pill and drank half a glass of water. Yi Chen held her hand and sensed it carefully. He was relieved after realizing that the poison in her body was suppressed. The little girl ran into his embrace and lifted her head to look at him. She said while blinking, "Daddy, I miss Mommy." Yi Chen was shocked. He stretched his arm out and pinched her cheeks. He comforted her. "Daddy misses Mommy too. I'll bring you to see Mommy when you're cured, okay? Mommy will be sad if she sees that you're not well." Hom. The little girl nodded obediently. "I must be well. Daddy must be well too. That'll make Mommy happy." Yi Chen smiled and was going to pinch her cheeks again. The little girl dodged immediately and scoffed. "Daddy, stop pinching my cheeks. If you make my cheeks bigger, Mommy won't be able to recognize me. You're smart." Yi Chen could not help but pat her head. He felt warmth flowing in his heart. This was the life that he wanted. Without his parents, wife, and daughter, what was the point even if he lived for 1,000 years and was indestructible? Over 10 minutes later, his daughter fell asleep quietly in his embrace. Yi Chen got up and carried her back to the room. He only came out after covering her with the blanket. When it was around 6 in the evening, Yi Hai and Wu Lan returned. When it was time to eat, Yi Chen fed his parents the body-strengthening pills that he had prepared earlier. The two old men were shocked to find out that their bodies had improved a lot. Their white hair turned black, and they looked 20 years younger. Yi Chen explained to the two old men that it was a new medicine that he had brought back throughout the years. Fortunately, the two old men did not ask too much. After his parents fell asleep, Yi Chen returned to his room and began cultivating. He knew that there were many things that he had to face. Going to Beijing 3 months later aside, there was someone above his head at the moment, the Tianan No. 1, Yuan Bupo. Over an hour later, Yi Chen slowly recovered from his cultivation. He looked rather disappointed. What a pity. I was so close to breaking through to intermediate stage spirit assembly. It seems like I'll have to refine some medicinal pills for cultivation in the future. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was an unknown number from Tianan. Yi Chen picked up the call while frowning. Chapter 27. It was a weekend morning. Yi Chen was sleeping soundly when he heard Meng Meng knocking on the door. Open the door, Daddy. It's time to wake up. Yi Chen opened his eyes and glanced out of the window. He realized that the sky was already bright, so he opened the door after putting on his shoes. He saw Meng Meng babbling at the door in her pajamas. Her little face was filled with excitement. Meng Meng pounced at him the moment he opened the door. Yi Chen squatted down immediately to catch her, afraid that she would fall. Meng Meng hugged his neck and rolled her charming eyes at him. Daddy, I've been knocking for a long time. Why did you only open the door now? I was sleeping too deeply. I'm apologizing to you, okay? Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. He had received a call from Lin Tai in the middle of the night last night. He had agreed to have dinner tonight, and he had been thinking about something, so he slept late. Meng Meng scoffed arrogantly and said while pouting, Daddy is a lazy pig, a big lazy pig. If Daddy is a big lazy pig, doesn't that mean my Meng Meng is a little lazy pig? Yi Chen pinched Meng Meng's soft little hand and said, in between tears and laughter, Daddy, you're naughty. I'm not a pig. Meng Meng could not stop pinching the stubble on his chin while giggling. His mother, Wu Lan's voice came from the kitchen. Meng Meng, Grandma squeezed the toothpaste for you. Brush your teeth now. Meng Meng then struggled out of Yi Chen's embrace and ran to the bathroom while hopping. She seemed to be happy. Yi Chen walked out after changing his clothes. He saw his father playing with an old flashlight. Yi Chen said while smiling, Why are you up so early today, Daddy? It's all because of Meng Meng. She woke me up before the sun rose after knowing that you're bringing her out to play. She can't wait to fly out now. Yi Hai yawned and said, feeling annoyed and amused at the same time. Yi Chen looked in the direction of the bathroom and noticed that the little girl was holding a big teacup while brushing her teeth next to the basin. There was even a stool under her feet. She looked so cute that one could not help but laugh. Yi Hai took out 1,000 yuan and passed it to Yi Chen. He said while smiling, Take this money. Bring Meng Meng out to play today. Buy her whatever she wants. Speaking of which, your mom and I are ashamed. We're usually busy, so we've never brought Meng Meng to the zoo, even though she's grown up. Dad, I have the money. Take it back. Yi Chen shook his head and secretly decided to withdraw some money from the bank when he got out. He would spend it on himself and give some to his parents. Yi Hai looked at him. Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, he didn't force it. After a while, the little fellow walked out of the room wearing a blue and white dress. Her hair was tied up in a bun. She pulled the hem of the dress and said with anticipation, Daddy, does this dress look good? You look good. My Meng Meng looks good no matter what she wears. Yi Chen took a good look at her, his eyes filled with love. The little girl smiled sweetly after being complimented. She seemed to be very happy. His mother walked into the kitchen to make breakfast after helping the little girl get dressed. The little girl grew impatient when she was halfway through her breakfast. She kept urging Yi Chen to leave. Yi Chen said to his parents and walked out while holding her hand, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Along the way, the little girl had a smile on her face. "Daddy, where are we going?" "Let's go to the bank first. I'm going to withdraw some money." Yi Chen smiled and walked to the bank nearby with the little girl. There were only a few hundred yuan left from the 1,000 yuan that his father had given him earlier. It was not enough at all. Over 20 minutes later, the father and daughter arrived at a construction bank nearby. Yi Chen walked to the ATM machine to take a look. He realized that there was a notice on it saying that the ATM was broken and that he should withdraw money from the counter. It was the weekend, so it was already crowded. He hesitated for a moment, just when he was going to walk in with the little girl. He heard the sound of a car brake coming from behind. Yi Chen turned his head to look and saw a Land Rover Aurora driving over. It stopped before him in an overbearing manner and almost hit him. Yi Chen took a few steps back while holding the little girl's hand. Subsequently, he glared at the Land Rover Aurora with a grim expression. As the car door opened, a lady walked out of the passenger seat. The lady was dressed glamorously with heavy makeup on her face and purple lipstick on her lips. At the same time, a middle-aged man with a big belly in a suit walked out of the car. The lady looked at Yi Chen and his daughter by instinct. She was stunned at first. Then she said in disbelief, "Why, you're Yi Chen!" "You're Yuan Yu?" Yi Chen frowned and said in disbelief. The lady's outfit was too revealing. She wore a tight skirt and black stockings. Her collar was wide open as if she was eager to show off everything underneath. "It's really you." Yuan Yu was elated. She took a few steps forward immediately and sighed. "I almost couldn't recognize you if you didn't call out my name." "I almost couldn't recognize you too," Yi Chen said while smiling. The lady before him was his university classmate. Before Yi Chen and Su Yuhan met, Yuan Yu could not stop pursuing Yi Chen back then, perhaps because Yi Chen was good at his studies. However, Yi Chen had no feelings for her, so they left it at that time. Yuan Yu took a good look at Yi Chen. Disdain flashed through her eyes when she noticed that he was dressed shabbily. However, she said with a smile, "It's been 7 to 8 years since we last met. What's your job now?" "Are you done talking?" "I'm in a hurry." The man next to her scoffed and did not even look at Yi Chen. He was insufferably arrogant. Yi Chen said coldly, "I don't have a job at the moment." Yuan Yu smiled lightly while the disdain in her eyes grew. She pretended to be surprised as she said, "No way. You were the top student in our marketing class back then. How could you not have a job?" She held the bald man's hand next to her affectionately after saying that. She said calmly, "Oh yeah, let me introduce you. This is my man, Zhao Bin. He's currently working as a supervisor in a listed company. His annual salary is 500,000 yuan. That's pretty good." Yi Chen nodded. His indifferent attitude made Yuan Yu frown slightly. She was a little unhappy. Her impression of Yi Chen dropped a notch again. "Why are you pretending to be calm? Just tell me if you're not doing well. Perhaps I might get Zhao Bin to get you a job in his company since we're old classmates. It's fortunate that I didn't get you back then. Otherwise, I might be eating dirt with you now." At that moment, she just noticed Meng Meng next to Yi Chen. Stunned at first, she then said, "Don't tell me that she's your daughter." She walked over and extended her arm to touch Meng Meng as she spoke. Meng Meng hid behind Yi Chen immediately and said, while pinching her nose, "You bad woman. Don't touch me. You stink." The smile on Yuan Yu's face froze. She said coldly, "Yi Chen, your daughter lacks education. I'm wearing imported perfume. You wouldn't be able to afford it even if you sold yourself. How am I stink? That's my business. I'll definitely educate her when I get back." Yi Chen pinched the little girl's hand softly. Zhao Bin, who was standing aside, said impatiently, "Why are you wasting your time talking to such a person? I'm in a hurry." "That's it. We'll contact each other when we have time." Yuan Yu smiled awkwardly. She walked into the bank while holding Zhao Bin's arm after saying that. After the duo left, the little girl said in her baby voice, "Daddy, who are those two bad people?" "They're my old classmates." Yi Chen squatted down and patted her head. He asked, "Oh yeah, why did you say that they're bad people?" "They're bad people." The little girl pouted and scoffed. "Especially that auntie. She's the worst. She almost hit Daddy and Meng Meng with her car, but she didn't even apologize. That auntie knew that Daddy didn't have money, but she told Daddy that the uncle was rich. She just wanted to show off. There was a classmate in our class who was showing off the phone that his father bought for him. Then his phone was stolen the next day. Also, that auntie's perfume is so strong. I almost threw up." Yi Chen was touched to hear that. He carried the little girl in his embrace and extended his arm to tap her nose. "You're so smart. Now you know how to protect Daddy. Let's go. Daddy has money. Let's get Meng Meng a lot of money." Chapter 28. Yi Chen carried Meng Meng into the bank lobby. The place was already crowded with people, while Yuan Yu and Zhao Bin were sitting on the chairs and playing with their phones. Yuan Yu lifted her head and saw Yi Chen by instinct. Just when she was going to speak, she saw Yi Chen walking to the VIP window that was empty while carrying Meng Meng. "Yi Chen, you're at the wrong place. You'll need a VIP card to do business there." Yuan Yu scoffed immediately. Banks were usually divided into regular windows, VIP windows, and special windows for soldiers. Not everyone could go to the VIP window to do business. Only the bank's VIP customers could do so. Therefore, to Yuan Yu, even if Xiao Bin's annual salary was hundreds of thousands, he was not a VIP customer of the CCB. He would have to queue at the regular window. However, Yi Chen went straight to the VIP window. It was a joke. Yi Chen ignored her. After putting Meng Meng down, he took out the black card that Sun Jiaoyan had given him. He then walked to the female salesperson at the counter and said, "Please withdraw some money for me." The female salesperson with heavy makeup lifted her head and glanced at the card absent-mindedly. She lost interest and said impatiently, "This is the VIP counter. Please show me your VIP card." A salesperson who worked in a bank like her had sharp eyes. She could tell that the person outside the window was most likely a country bumpkin who had just moved bricks from the countryside into the city. Yi Chen waved the black card in his hand and said while smiling, "I suppose this is a VIP card." Sun Jiaoyan had given him the card with 20 million yuan in it. It was enough for him to become a VIP in any bank. Moreover, the bank system would take the initiative to invite him. A regular card. "Please apply at the window next door." The female salesperson said without even lifting her head. The computer screen switched to landlord. She clicked the mouse and played the game. She was having fun while staring at the computer screen and giggling. Her breasts could not stop shaking. Yuan Yu felt much better when she saw Yi Chen's frustrated expression. She could not help but mock. "Yi Chen, I told you that you can only use a VIP card. It's better for you to queue here obediently. I'm not trying to discourage you, but the VIP customers of this bank are at least millionaires. You might not be able to earn that much in your entire life." Yi Chen frowned and said nothing. Seeing his silence, Yuan Yu thought that she had hit the nail on the head. She said in an even more confident manner, "Yi Chen, I know that you're stubborn and you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of your old classmate, but you must know where you stand." At that moment, Zhao Bin put his phone down and lifted his head to glance at Yi Chen in disdain. He said to Yuan Yu, who was next to him, "Look at who you're acquainted with. You're just embarrassing me." He took out a few hundred yuan notes from his wallet as he spoke. He said while looking at Yi Chen in disdain, "I'm guessing you'll only withdraw 1,800 yuan. For Yu's sake, take this money and leave. Treat it as my charity to you. Stop embarrassing yourself here. You two are bad people. I won't allow you two to say such things about my daddy." Meng Meng, the little girl, glared at Yuan Yu and Zhang Han with a flushed face. Although she was young, she could tell that her father was being targeted. TCH. Why are you interrupting when adults are talking? Yuan Yu looked at the little girl in hatred and could not stop scoffing. You don't look like your daddy at all. I wonder which beggar your mother secretly gave birth to this little bastard. The little girl had said that she smelled. Coupled with her cute and obedient manner, she was secretly jealous. The little girl had never been scolded like that before. She started crying in the lobby. She was so sad that countless people could not help but stare at her. Yi Chen's expression turned cold as he walked to Yuan Yu one step after another. His voice was extremely cold. Apologize. W, what are you trying to do? Yuan Yu panicked when she saw him walking toward her. She regained her confidence when she realized that they were in a bank. Apologize? Did I say anything wrong? This be asterisk. Pa. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a heavy slap on her face. Dead silence filled the lobby. Clearly, no one expected someone to hit her in a bank. Yuan Yu was stunned as she held her swollen left cheek. She could not stop shouting at Yi Chen when she snapped back to her senses. You piece of *T! How dare you hit me? Why did you hit me? Zhao Bin snapped back to his senses. His expression was terrifyingly grim. This slap is your punishment for speaking rudely. If not for the fact that you're a woman, you wouldn't even have the chance to speak now. The temperature in the lobby seemed to drop by over 10 degrees as soon as Yi Chen's extremely cold voice was heard. He had ignored Yuan Yu earlier purely because they were old classmates. Never had he thought that this woman would take a mile after being given an inch. A dragon had a reverse scale. One would definitely die if one touched it. His reverse scale was his family. Meng Meng stopped crying at that moment. She clapped her hands in joy with her eyes wide open. Good job, Daddy. Good job. If you can fight, you won't say anything. Yuan Yu's face turned pale. She opened her mouth and wanted to scold by instinct. However, she swallowed her words when she saw Yi Chen's murderous gaze. Subsequently, she screamed like a crazy woman, Security! Where are the security guards? I've been hit. A security guard in uniform walked over from outside the bank. Zhao Bin pointed at Yi Chen and said as soon as he saw him, Security, this brat hit my wife. I'm calling the police. The security guard nodded and walked to Yi Chen quickly. He said expressionlessly, Sir, please get out. Now. The little girl held Yi Chen's hand tightly and called out anxiously, Daddy! Resentment and elation flashed through Yuan Yu and Zhao Bin's eyes when they saw that. Seeing that Yi Chen was not moving, the security guard stretched his arm out to grab Yi Chen immediately. Subsequently, his expression changed as he was shocked to find out that Yi Chen had grabbed his hand. His joints were cracking from Yi Chen's immense strength. Help! Help! The security guard screamed in pain. Wait! At that moment, an unusually cold voice came from the lobby. Everyone looked over and saw a beautiful woman in a black suit walking in from outside. The lady had a president badge pinned on her chest, shocking everyone. Joy filled Yuan Yu's face instantly. Great, now even the president is here. Let's see what you're going to do later, Yi. The security guard went over immediately. President Shen. President Shen waved and subsequently walked to Yi Chen. She bowed in all seriousness and said respectfully, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. Can I help you? At that moment, the entire lobby fell into silence. Everyone watched everything with their eyes wide open in disbelief as if they had been petrified. Especially Yuan Yu and Zhao Bin. The smiles on their faces froze. How was that possible? She was the president. She had a lot of money in her hands. She was equivalent to the god of fortune. Even some of the bosses in the city government dared not offend her. However, she was so respectful to Yi Chen now. Chapter 29. I don't need your service. I just want to withdraw money. Yi Chen did not even look at President Shin. His expression was cold. You want to serve me when you're so ugly? Sure, please give me a moment. I'll handle it for you as soon as I can. President Shun bent over and took the black card from Yi Chen's hand respectfully. She walked to the VIP counter and handled it for Yi Chen personally after replacing the female saleswoman. Yuan Yu glared at Yi Chen in utter resentment. The president of the bank is serving you personally. Even the bank's VIPs don't get such treatment. I'd like to see how much you can withdraw. If he only took 1,800 yuan, then today's matter would be a lot of fun. After swiping the black card, 7 zeros popped up on the computer after Yi Chen keyed in the password. 20 million yuan. The female saleswoman who was standing aside, planning to watch Yi Chen make a fool of himself, screamed. Shock filled her face as she covered her mouth tightly with both of her hands. She looked like she could not believe it. The crowd gasped at the moment. In the beginning, nobody understood how Yi Chen, who was dressed shabbily, had alerted President Shin. They only snapped back to their senses when they heard the female saleswoman scream. No wonder he was withdrawing money from the VIP counter. How could a person with 20 million yuan not be a VIP of the bank? Yuan Yu was dumbstruck at that moment. She then shouted emotionally, Impossible! That's impossible! You guys must have seen it wrong. Or there's something wrong with the bank system. How could this poor guy have 20 million yuan in his savings? She would not believe it, even if she was beaten to death. That's right, that must be it, Xiaobin gulped and said with a horrified expression. He had used money to humiliate Yi Chen earlier. If he really had 20 million yuan in his savings, would that not mean that he had offended a billionaire? That's right, a billionaire. No tycoon would be dumb enough to deposit all of his wealth in the bank to earn interest. If he had 20 million yuan in his bank, including real estate such as luxury cars and villas, as well as stock futures, would that not make him a billionaire? Zhao Bin felt like the world was spinning as he thought to this point. Sir, how much do you need to withdraw? President Shen's expression remained the same. She maintained a smile on her face as if she had expected that. Withdraw all 20 million yuan. Don't leave a single cent for me. Yi Chen said without even thinking about it. Your bank service is terrible. I'll deposit it in the industrial and commercial bank next door. I believe they'll welcome it. His voice fell. President Shin's expression changed, and his attitude became even more respectful. Sir, let's talk this out. If our bank has neglected you in any way, I hope you can point it out. I will correct it on behalf of our bank. Banks were also enterprises and needed to make profits. Attracting deposits had always been a long-term policy of the banks. Only when the general public deposited their money in the banks would the banks have extra funds to invest, such as loans to other companies and so on. Meanwhile, 20 million yuan was not a small sum of money. If Yi Chen really took 20 million yuan, she would definitely not be able to explain to the board of directors later. Most importantly, even if she emptied the vault, she wouldn't be able to take out so much cash in a short time. Yi Chen smiled coldly and said nothing. President Shin looked coldly at the saleswoman beside her and said, What's going on? The saleswoman wiped her sweat as she stammered out what had happened. After listening, President Shin said to the saleswoman, All right, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Not only that, but the bank will also hold you responsible for playing games during work. The saleswoman collapsed onto the ground as her body was emptied. She had despair on her face. President Shen peeped at Yi Chen carefully. Seeing that he still did not say anything, she turned to look at Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu. From today onward, our branch will no longer provide services to you guys. Chase them out. 2 security guards dragged Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu out immediately. Yuan Yu was cursing as she struggled. No, you guys can't do this to me. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from the 2 security guards. President Shin then turned her head to look at Yi Chen and said respectfully, Sir, it's my fault for not teaching her well. I hope that you can give our bank another chance. Forget it. In reality, I was just joking. Yi Chen nodded calmly and said, "Get me 10,000 yuan." "Sure, please wait for a moment, sir." President Shin returned to the counter and passed the money to Yi Chen respectfully with both hands after counting it. Yi Chen put it on his body after taking it over. He then carried the little girl and walked out. After he left, a saleswoman finally could not help but ask, "President, that man only has 20 million yuan in his account. Why were you so respectful to him?" President Shin heaved a sigh of relief and explained, "Remember, don't judge a book by its cover in the future. That man has a Centurion Black Gold card. The owners are the richest people in the world. I've been working in CCB for over 10 years, but it's my first time seeing such a card with my own eyes." Gasp! The crowd was in an uproar again. Yi Chen had no idea what President Shin was thinking. It did not matter even if he knew. After leaving the bank, he walked down Shuyan Road with Meng Meng. Since it was the weekend, there were many people on the road. Meng Meng was curious about everything. She would point at the things by the road occasionally and chatter. "Daddy, there are so many cars." "Daddy, look, it's a Tong Hulu." "Daddy, I want that balloon." Yi Chen fulfilled all of Meng Meng's requests while smiling. Soon, she had many things in her hands. She looked satisfied. Especially when they arrived at the zoo, Meng Meng was so excited to see the animals in the cages that she could not wait to shake their hands and hug them. After Yi Chen brought Meng Meng out of a supermarket, Meng Meng ran to the claw machine at the entrance immediately. Her eyes were filled with stars when she saw the various dolls in it. "Daddy, I want to grab a doll. The pink one." Yi Chen smiled and exchanged 10 yuan into coins. He then inserted a coin for Meng Meng. Meng Meng controlled the joystick to grab the big Minnie Mouse doll in the middle immediately. Unfortunately, the hook did not even touch the side of the doll. "It's so hard to grab it. Forget it. I'm not playing anymore." Meng Meng was a little discouraged, seeing that she could not grab it. "Come, let Daddy grab it for you." Yi Chen patted her head and squatted down to insert another coin. Meng Meng's eyes were wide open as she said nervously, "Daddy, you must grab it." The hook caught the Minnie Mouse doll accurately. Meng Meng was so excited that her cheeks were flushing. She tiptoed and kissed Yi Chen's cheek. I got it. You're the best, Daddy." "Do you want more?" Yi Chen asked while smiling. Meng Meng could not stop nodding like a chick pecking on rice. "Yes, Daddy. I want more." Yi Chen inserted a coin again. He would grab it every time without exception. Soon, Meng Meng had so many dolls in her hand that she could not hold them all. The series of events attracted many passers-by's attention. They looked at Yi Chen in admiration. What an amazing man! They had only seen such a situation on the news, but it did not seem to be this exaggerated. After Yi Chen was done grabbing the last doll, a lady who was extraordinarily dressed walked out of the crowd. A girl who was dressed extraordinarily beautifully walked out of the crowd. She looked at Yi Chen in admiration and said in an extremely soft voice, "Little brother, can you help me catch a few? I'll treat you to dinner later." Just when Yi Chen was going to agree to it, Meng Meng objected. She stood before Yi Chen and said while pouting no. "Why not, little girl?" The lady was not sure whether to laugh or to cry. Meng Meng pouted and said in all seriousness, "Daddy has a wife. In this world, apart from Meng Meng, Mommy, and Grandma, Daddy can't be so nice to other women." Chapter 30. It was a windy night on a weekend. After putting Meng Meng, who had been playing for the whole day, to sleep, Yi Chen flagged down a cab and rushed to the Auspicious Manor. The Auspicious Manor was known as the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the 3 Tianan provinces. Anyone who could afford to spend there was a celebrity from all walks of life. Yi Chen's phone rang as soon as he arrived opposite the Auspicious Manor. He frowned and picked it up subsequently. Lin Tai's rather respectful voice came from the other side of the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi? I'm already at the entrance of your neighborhood. May I know when we can leave? I've arrived at the Auspicious Manor in advance." Yi Chen glanced at the hotel across. "Sure, please wait for a moment. I'll be right there." After hanging up, Yi Chen lifted his eyes to take a good look at the hotel across. Admiration flashed through his eyes. In terms of luxurious decorations alone, he might not be able to find another hotel in the entire Tiannan. At the same time, Yuan Yu, Zhao Bin, and a slightly plump middle-aged man sat opposite each other in a luxurious room on the second floor of the hotel. There were all sorts of red wine and delicacies on the table. Zhao Bin looked at the slightly plump man and said, while smiling in a flattering manner, "Director Xia, do you think our company will be able to sign the contract this time?" The slightly plump man, named Director Xia, looked at a luxurious private room on the second floor. Subsequently, he picked up a glass of red wine and smiled calmly. "Don't worry. Since the chairman is here, we'll definitely get this deal worth 500 million yuan. So, doesn't that mean we'll get a million yuan commission?" Yuan Yu said while blushing. Perhaps she was overly excited. She dropped the chopsticks in her hand behind her. She got up to pick them up immediately. Just when she was going to return to her seat, she looked downstairs through the window by instinct. She was instantly stunned. Zhao Bin asked while smiling, "What's wrong, Yu?" "Zhao Bin, come here now." Yuan Yu waved at him. When Zhao Bin walked to the window, she stretched her arm and pointed at a silhouette across the building. "Look, isn't that Yi Chen?" Zhao Bin looked down immediately and was shocked to see Yi Chen standing on the sidewalk across the hotel. His expression turned grim instantly, and he looked terrible as if he had just eaten a fly. "This brat is really haunting me. I can't believe I see him everywhere I go." As soon as he thought of the scene where the two of them were chased out of the bank during the day, he felt his face burning, as if he had suffered some great humiliation. Seeing the abnormality of the two, Director Xia asked curiously, "Xiao Zhao, what are you looking at?" "Nothing much, Director Xia. I just met a disgusting fellow." Zhao Bin smiled awkwardly and pulled Yuan Yu back to her seat. Director Xia raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a faint smile. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Just when Zhao Bin was going to speak, Yuan Yu, who was next to him, scoffed and said, "It's not just a grudge. It's a deep-seated hatred. Director Xia, you have no idea that we bumped into a man called Yi Chen when Zhao Bin and I went to the bank this morning. He's very arrogant. Not only did he call us trash, but he also said that our company is worthless. We were pissed when he said that." Director Xia slammed his wine glass hard on the table and said in his deep voice, "Did he really say that? Who is he?" "That's what he said." Yuan Yu nodded and said, "He's a nouveau riche with no background. He humiliated us and the company just because he has hundreds of thousands of yuan in his card." "Is that true, Zhao Bin?" Director Xia looked at Zhao Bin, his expression getting more and more terrible. Zhao Bin nodded immediately. "Great, that's great." Director Xia scoffed and got up. "Let's go. Bring me there. I'd like to see where he gets his confidence from." Zhao Bin followed him immediately. Yuan Yu, who was the last to leave, smiled in resentment. "Yi, don't think that you're so great just because you have 20 million yuan. Director Xia is the founding father of our company. His annual dividends are more than 20 million yuan. You'll suffer later." Just when Yi Chen was going to enter when he arrived at the hotel entrance, he saw 3 people walking toward him. The leading man was dressed in a suit and looked wealthy. He had his eyes on Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu, who were behind the man. Surprise flashed through his face. Enemies are bound to meet. "You're Yi Chen?" Director Xia looked at Yi Chen in a threatening manner. If he had scruples about what Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu said earlier, he was completely relieved after seeing Yi Chen's ordinary attire. Yi Chen frowned. "Who are you?" He did not remember seeing this person before. Yuan Yu jumped out immediately upon noticing that her lie was going to be exposed. She scoffed, "What? Yi, are you pretending that you don't know me after insulting me?" "I'm Xia Lu, the general manager of Yu Chuang Technology," Director Xia said with an unfriendly expression. Yi Chen's expression turned grim. "I don't care if you're a pervert or not. If there's nothing else, please move aside. Director Xia was enraged. Stop right there. I'm giving you a chance to apologize for insulting my company's employees and tarnishing my company's image. Yi Chen came to a realization when he looked at Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu, who were proud of themselves. He could not help but scoff. Brains are great, but it's a pity that you don't have one. The general manager of a company had fallen for two despicable people's words so easily. What right did he, the mad southern immortal, have to apologize? Director Xia, did you see that? He still doesn't respect you at a time like this. Yuan Yu proceeded to fan the flames. Young man, I'll say it again. Apologize. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to kill you. Director Xiao's expression was extremely grim. Naturally, he was not a simple person to be able to become the general manager of the company. Yi Chen smiled too. He said after taking a deep breath in, I'll say it again. Move aside. Humans would not care about ants. However, when ants were courting death, a kick was all that was needed. Just when both parties were ready to fight, a man in uniform walked out of the hotel. What's going on? Director Xia scoffed when he saw the man. Manager Su, it's great that you're here. This brat is bullying my employee. What do you think we should do? Manager Su glanced at Yi Chen coldly and turned her head to say to Director Xia, Director Xia, our hotel doesn't allow people to cause trouble. You guys go in first. I'll handle this. Director Xia nodded in satisfaction. He then returned to the second floor with Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu, who looked smug. After they left, Manager Su looked at Yi Chen in disdain. Brat, I'll give you a chance. Scram. I'd like to know why they can go in. I can't go in, Yi Chen said calmly. Manager Su scoffed immediately. He's the director of the company. How can you compare yourself to him? Moreover, you've offended Director Xia. I can't let you in just because of that. How do you know that I've offended him and not the other way around? Yi Chen gave a short response and asked again. At the same time, a pair of glaring headlights shone from far away. Subsequently, a long Bugatti Veyron stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Whatever Director Xia says goes. That's his identity, that's his status. Manager Su said impatiently when she saw that another boss had arrived. Scram now. Otherwise, I'll get someone to break your legs and toss you out. As soon as she was done speaking, a cold voice came from the Bugatti Veyron. Who are you asking to scram? Two hunks in suits walked out of the car first. One of them walked to the passenger seat and opened the door. A man in a mink coat walked out of the car. It was Lin Tai. Manager Su jogged over immediately and said with an extremely flattering smile on his face, Sir, I'm asking this brat behind me to scram. However, halfway through a sentence he froze. Lin Tai walked to Yi Chen quickly and bowed slightly. He said carefully, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry that I'm late. I'm sorry to have startled you. He turned his head to look at Manager Su next to him after saying that. He slapped him with a cold expression. Mr. Yi is my guest. How dare you ask him to scram? Who gave you the guts to do that? Manager Su fell onto the ground with a thud. He was terrified while holding his broken front tooth. Oh no, oh no. The rage on Lin Tai's face had yet to fade. He said to one of his underlings, Get the person in charge to see me. The subordinate nodded and immediately walked into the hotel. Not long after, he came back with a fat man with a big belly. The fat man panted as he took 2 steps forward and said in a trembling voice, Bow. Brother Bow. F***CK. Lin Tai kicked him to the ground. His expression was grim. Foam! I've told you before that I'm treating a distinguished guest to a banquet tonight. Is this how you treat my distinguished guest? The fat man shuddered. Brother Leopard, don't forget whose territory the 3 Tianan provinces belong to. Lin Tai, can make this **TTY hotel of yours disappear overnight with just a word from me. Lin Tai said while clenching his teeth. The fat man walked to manager Sue with bloodshot eyes. He lifted his leg and kicked him in the face. He could not stop cursing, "Dumbass, dumbass. Why don't you go and die?" Soon, manager Sue's face was covered in blood. "That's enough." Yi Chen, who had been quiet all this while, waved his hand to stop everything. He then walked to manager Sue one step after another. He lifted his foot and wiped it on his expensive suit as he spoke calmly. He said calmly, "I can wipe my shoes that cost less than 100 yuan on your suit that costs tens of thousands of yuan, and you won't dare to fight back at all." Chapter 31. On the second floor of the auspicious manor. Cheers! As the sound of glasses clinking was heard, Yuan Yu took a sip of red wine and said while smiling, "Our director Xia is so domineering. He helped us regain our dignity as soon as he appeared." "That's right. I think that brat Yi has been beaten half to death by manager Su and was thrown out." Zhao Bin's face was filled with joy. Bang! Director Xia's face was full of arrogance. Just as he was about to speak, the room door was kicked open. Subsequently, a fat man with a big belly walked in. The fat on his face jiggled as he glanced at everyone coldly. "Get out! All of you, get out!" The laughter in the room suddenly stopped. Director Xia recognized the fat man as the hotel's person in charge immediately. He took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "Director Feng, what's going on?" "F***CKU, Director Feng. Who are you to call me that?" The fat man did not give him a friendly look at all. "I'll say it again. All of you get out. From now on, our hotel doesn't welcome you. Director Feng, be more polite. I'm someone with status after all." Director Xia put on airs again. The fat man laughed out of anger. "Haha, I'll call you Director Xia if I'm in a good mood. If I'm in a bad mood, you're a pile of **T. Get them out of here." Everyone's expression changed. They finally realized that something was wrong. Meanwhile, a few hotel security guards rushed in from outside. They dragged one person downstairs in a rude manner. When the few of them were dragged to the staircase on the second floor, they realized that their chairman had been chased out too. The chairman looked at the black client next to him and then at Director Xia. His expression was terrible. What exactly happened? He was discussing the contract with the black client earlier. Just when he was about to succeed, the hotel staff rushed in and chased him out. He, Wei Jun, was the chairman of a company after all. Since when had he been treated like that? Moreover, the loss of face was small. The main thing was that the 500 million yuan contract was gone. Director Xia revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Chairman, I don't know either." "Piak!" The chairman slapped him directly. His face turned pale. "You don't know? You guys must have offended someone." Director Xia was stunned at first. Then he subconsciously looked at Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu beside him. He seemed to have thought of something as his face turned extremely pale. On the other hand, Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu couldn't understand why the hotel had suddenly gone crazy. When the few of them arrived at the first floor, they saw a few people walking toward them at the entrance. The leader was Yi Chen. Yuan Yu pointed at Yi Chen immediately and shouted at the fatty behind her, "Why can this piece of trash come in? I can't accept this." However, the fatty ignored her directly and jogged to Yi Chen. As everyone watched with their mouths agape, the fatty bowed at Yi Chen and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with what I've done?" The whole place was dead silent. Everyone stared at the scene with their eyes wide open. As the regional head of a 5-star hotel, he didn't even bother with celebrities from all walks of life. Now he was actually bowing to a young man. Not only was he bowing, his tone was also very humble. Even the son of the Auspicious Manor's founder did not have to do that, right? Director Xia, who was the first to snap back to his senses, inhaled deeply. Although he had guessed that Yi Chen's identity was extraordinary, he did not expect him to be so terrifying. Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu fell onto the ground at the same time. Shock filled their faces, and they could not accept it. Yuan Yu, in particular, could not stop shaking. How was that possible? How was that possible? When they first met, Yuan Yu thought that Yi Chun was not doing well, so she mocked him. Never had she thought that he would turn into a tycoon who had 20 million yuan in his bank account. She was resentful after that, thinking that 20 million yuan was not that impressive. She got the general manager to humiliate Yi Chun. She thought that Yi Chun would end up like that, but never had she thought that he would turn into a big shot who was the head of the hotel again. Everything felt like a dream when she thought about it. The director was the calmest one among them. He came to a realization after looking at the situation and said coldly, "As the director, I hereby announce that General Manager Xiao Lu, Marketing Supervisor Zhao Bin, and ordinary staff Yuan Yu are fired. From today onward, they'll never be hired again." He walked to Yi Chun immediately after saying that and said, while smiling lightly, "Mr. Yi, I'm Wei Jun, the director of Yu Chuang Technology. I didn't know that my staff offended you. I hope that you won't be mad at me." He was a smart man. He knew that his identity might be unreachable to ordinary people, but it was nothing to Yi Chun. Therefore, he dared not put on airs. The remaining energy in Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu's body faded completely upon hearing that. Oh no! Oh no! Xiao Lu was bawling, regretting what he had done. Yi Chun smiled, calmly facing Wei Jun's apology. "You don't have to do that, Director Wei. I've always been a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred." Wei Jun was over the moon. He left with his people immediately. He did not even look at the 3 people on the ground. Yi Chun turned his head and said to Lin Tai, who was behind him, "Where's the room?" "It's on the highest floor, the VIP room." Lin Tai smiled and led the way. He led Yi Chun upstairs. "Yi Chun." Yuan Yu, who was on the ground, suddenly sat up and cried, "Why? Why did you trick us like that? Since you're rich, why did you dress so shabbily in the beginning? Since you're a big shot, why didn't you tell us directly? Haha, is it fun to trick us?" Yi Chun fell into silence for a few seconds upon hearing that. He turned around and said, "There's no need for me, Yi Chun, to explain myself to anyone." 5 years ago, he had been drowned in the river. He had been through despair and life and death. The 3,000 years of cultivation experience had stabilized his Tao heart. He had seen through worldly things and vanity. Were luxury cars, villas, and luxury watches important? Moreover, he had to tell everyone he saw, "I'm rich, I know how to cultivate, don't mock me and don't offend me." After saying that, Yi Chun went upstairs directly under Lin Tai's lead. Zhao Bin and Yuan Yu were chased out of the hotel one after another. Both of them wandered on the street like zombies. Their hearts were dead. Yuan Yu sobbed and said to Zhao Bin in despair, "Ah Bin, what do we do now?" "Piak!" Zhao Bin slapped her face. His expression was ferocious. "What do we do? F asterisk CKU. You be asterisk TCH, it's all your fault. Why you slapped me?" Yuan Yu looked at him in disbelief while covering her face. "Slapped you? I want to kill you." Zhao Bin kicked her and she fell onto the ground directly. He could not stop cursing. "You be asterisk teach, it took me a lot of effort to become a manager, but I've lost everything now. This is what you get for looking down on me. This is what you get for not being able to control your mouth." Yuan Yu stretched her fingers out to grab him as she lost control. "I'll kill you." Chapter 32. In the honorable private room on the 5th floor of the auspicious manor, Yi Chun sat on the host seat while servants in uniforms served the dishes from time to time. After the tens of dishes were served, someone brought a bottle of Bordeaux red wine that was known as the Queen of Wine in Enamel Country. Lin Tai poured 2 glasses and picked one up. He got up and said to Yi Chun while looking at him, "Mr. Yi, I'm a rough guy, so I won't say much. This is a toast to you as an apology for Bao Kuin's usury." After saying this, he drank half of the glass of red wine in one gulp and poured another glass. Without changing his expression, he said, "I'll toast you again with this glass. I apologize for my subordinate, Viper, who offended you and your friend at the internet cafe. Another glass was poured after that. This is a toast to you as well. I'm sorry that you were neglected by the hotel earlier. Lin Tai's cheeks were finally flushed after drinking 3 glasses of red wine. He clapped hard and the door opened. 2 hunks walked in with a young man. The young man was Brother Viper, whom Yi Chen had met at the internet cafe earlier. Lin Tai shouted, "Viper, kneel to Mr. Yi now." Plop! Viper knelt hard onto the floor and looked at Yi Chen with determination. "Mr. Yi, I failed to recognize you last time. I'm here to apologize to you today. I'll take responsibility for what I've done. I just hope that you won't blame Brother Leopard." Viper stretched his arm and picked up a glass from the table. He picked up a cup from the table and knocked it against the corner of the table. A sharp chip appeared on the cup. Then he subconsciously slid it toward his neck. His series of actions were quick, and there was no hesitation at all. Lin Tai closed his eyes lightly, feeling sorry for him. Viper had been with him for close to 20 years and had risked his life for him many times. However, he had offended someone. Moreover, it was someone that even he could not afford to offend. At that moment, Yi Chen picked up a peanut. Yi Chen picked up a peanut and flicked his finger. The peanut charged at the venomous snake at high speed. Ding! Viper felt his arm go numb, so he let go by instinct. The glass in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. "Mr. Yi, this!" Lin Tai and Viper looked at Yi Chen at the same time. Confusion filled their faces, but they were secretly shocked because Yi Chen's attack earlier was just too fast. Yi Chen glanced at Viper, a smile appearing on his cold face. "I respect that you're a man, so you should keep your life." Viper was dumbfounded. That's it? Lin Tai, on the other hand, was over the moon. He slapped his head and scolded jokingly, "Brat, Mr. Yi has forgiven you. Hurry up and thank him." "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi." Viper only snapped back to his senses then. He kowtowed to Yi Chen like he was pounding garlic. "All right, get up." Yi Chen took a sip of the red wine before him and looked at the duo. "Lin Tai, the grudge between you and me has been resolved before this, so you don't have to be afraid of me. As long as you don't offend me. You're still the underground king of Tianan. Of course, if you're stubborn and insist on trying my blade, I can satisfy you too." Although he sounded calm, Lin Tai could still sense the coldness in it. He gulped immediately and said, "I dare not." "Don't worry about that, Mr. Yi." At the end of his sentence, he took out a key from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chen respectfully. "Mr. Yi, I know that you're not an ordinary person. You don't like gold and silver. Coincidentally, I have a villa with a nice environment. Please accept it as my apology." "Please accept it, Mr. Yi." Viper bowed as well, although he said that he was secretly shocked. The reason being the key that his boss gave him was the key to the 9 Dragons Bay Villa. 9 Dragons Bay could be considered the best location in the entire Lin City. It was currently being developed, but the price of the property had risen to 18,000 yuan. That was only the price of the land at the border. Meanwhile, the transaction price of 9 Dragons Bay was at least 50 million yuan. Yi Chen thought about it and accepted the key after noticing the duo's fear and trepidation. It was good to have this villa. He would treat it as his and Yuhan's wedding home. "Thank you for accepting it, Mr. Yi. I'll get Viper to bring you there personally after we're done eating." Lin Tai smiled in relief. Not only did he want to apologize to Yi Chen, but he also wanted to befriend him. Yi Chen nodded and began eating with his chopsticks. Just when he was halfway through his meal, someone knocked on the door. Lin Tai said while frowning, "Please come in." A man in a chef's uniform and a mask walked in with a plate of roasted lamb leg in his hand. He said while smiling, "Mr. Lin, this is an extra dish that our kitchen has specially prepared for you. Put it down. Don't come in without my permission," Lin Tai said while calming down. Yi Chen took a good look at the chef. He seemed to have noticed something as he smiled without saying anything. The chef passed by Lin Tai with the roasted lamb leg. Just when he was going to put it on the table, Viper, who was standing aside, suddenly said in a stern voice, "Wait." Viper, who was at the side, suddenly said sternly, "Wait, there's a bloody smell on you. You're not a chef." Lin Tai could not help but look at the chef while frowning. "You must be joking, sir. I'm a chef. It's inevitable that there's blood on me when I'm killing cows and lambs," the chef said while smiling unnaturally. Viper scoffed. "You're right, but I smell human blood. Also, 5-star hotels don't have to kill cows and lambs themselves." He had been killing people on the streets with Lin Tai when he was young, so he had seen many bloody scenes. Therefore, he could smell human blood just by smelling it. A ferocious gleam flashed through the chef's eyes. He picked up the plate and smashed it at Lin Tai's head. "Brother Leopard, watch out." Viper had a drastic change of expression. He charged at the chef without saying anything. Meanwhile, Lin Tai panicked and rolled aside by instinct, barely dodging the attack. Scram! The chef exerted strength in his arms and sent Viper flying. Viper fainted instantly. Lin Tai was shocked and enraged. "Guards!" The people guarding outside rushed in after hearing the commotion. "You're just a bunch of weaklings." The chef smirked in disdain. In a flash, he weaved through the crowd like a specter. The trident in his hand pierced through everyone's throats, one after another. Within the blink of an eye, the ground was filled with dead bodies. Meanwhile, Yi Chen poured himself a glass of wine and savored it slowly. He allowed the liquid to flow down his throat as if he did not see anything. Lin Tai watched that with fear written all over his face. He could not help but exclaim, "An ancient martial artist?" Only an ancient martial artist would be so terrifying. The chef took off his chef's uniform and wiped his hands. He turned his head and said to Lin Tai while smiling, "Haha, you're pretty smart." Lin Tai took a step back by instinct and said, while still in shock, "Who exactly are you?" The chef took off his mask slowly, revealing an extremely hideous face. He smiled in a creepy manner. "Long time no see, Lin Tai. How have you been?" Lin Tai was stunned at first. Then he inhaled sharply. "Why your Song Chow?" "It's rare that you still remember me, Director Lin. It's been so many years. I've missed you too." Song Chow walked towards him step by step. As he walked, he smiled and said, "Are you curious why I didn't die? And he even appeared in front of you alive? Thanks to you, I escaped to the Middle East all these years, joined an assassin group, and went through countless hellish training to become who I am today. All these years, every time I killed someone, I would carve your name on their face with a knife." Lin Tai could not stop retreating. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Nephew, I didn't betray your parents back then. The boss of the club didn't want the two of us to threaten his position as the boss, so he framed me. I, Lin Tai, can swear to God that I even sent people to search for you after you were shot into the water." Song Chow licked the bloodstains on the triangular thorn. "Those old guys back then are almost all dead. Dead men tell no tales. What's the point of saying all this? So go to hell." His voice fell. Song Chow's face was filled with killing intent. He charged at Lin Tai in a flash with a cruel grin on his face. Lin Tai had nowhere to retreat to. Coupled with the fact that his few underlings were all dead, he could not help but close his eyes as despair filled his face. "My life is over." Chapter 33. Song Chow was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks and looked back. He saw a young man sitting at the table behind him. The young man was facing him and eating the food in his bowl with his head lowered. He ate in an orderly manner, as if he did not see the situation at the scene and the corpses on the ground. "Brat, were you the one who said those words just now?" Song Chow's face was extremely gloomy. He merely glanced at Yi Chen when he came in. He did not pay much attention to him, seeing that he was young and dressed casually. Subsequently, he focused all of his attention on Lin Tai. Come to think of it, if an ordinary person were to witness such a scene, they would have run away in fright. However, the other party did not do so. Either he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, or he had something to rely on. Song Chao did not dare to let his guard down. Yi Qin ignored his question. Instead, he put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a piece of tissue. He said, "Lin Tai, have you thought about it? As long as you submit to me, no one can kill you." "No one dares to kill you? What an insolent kid!" Song Chao was enraged. Just when he was going to speak, he saw Lin Tai kneel onto the ground with a thud. He was extremely emotional, as if he had seen his savior. "Mr. Yi, I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender. Please save my life." He had forgotten that Yi Chen was next to him after being scared by Song Chao earlier. Now that he heard what Yi Chen said all of a sudden, it was no different from the Emperor's grace. Yi Chen nodded expressionlessly. He then lifted his head to look at Song Chao and said, "I don't care what grudge you have with Lin Tai. He's mine now. As the saying goes, one should look at the master before beating a dog. Therefore, I'll give you 3 breaths to scram." "Song Chao, did you hear what Mr. Yi said? Get lost, or you'll die." Lin Tai was no longer panicking at that moment. Instead, he laughed out loud while standing aside. With Mr. Yi around, what was there to be afraid of? "Brat, you're courting death." Song Chao shrieked in rage. His face was completely replaced by a ferocious expression as he threw a punch out. The wind from the punch whistled as he charged at Yi Chen with intense energy, covering his body. At the same time, he glared at Yi Chen's expression, trying to see the fear of death on his face. However, Yi Chen shook his head. "Forget it. I've already given you the chance, but you didn't cherish it." His voice fell. A pair of chopsticks appeared in his hand, followed by a soft sound, like the sound of bones being pierced. Song Chao's body suddenly froze. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. A chopstick appeared on his forehead. Half of the chopsticks were stuck deep into the skull. Bang! Song Chao's body fell back heavily and finally hit the ground. His fear and unwillingness gradually dissipated along with his remaining consciousness. It really did not take more than 3 breaths from the moment he attacked to the moment he died. He did not even touch the corner of Yi Chen's shirt. Lin Tai, who was standing aside, looked horrified. Song Chao, who had instantly killed over a dozen of his subordinates and caused him to be completely defenseless, had died just like that? He was killed by a chopstick. Although he was mentally prepared, Lin Tai could not help but be shocked by how terrifying Yi Chen was. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly walked over to Song Chao's corpse and gave him a hard kick. He grinned evilly and said, "Little bastard, you still want to kill me? Tui, I'm still alive and kicking. Why don't you get up and kill me?" He turned his head to look at Yi Chen immediately and said while laughing, "Mr. Yi, you're just too powerful." "I'm impressed." He noticed the ferocious gleam that flashed through Yi Chen's eyes as he spoke halfway. He shuddered by instinct and knelt before Yi Chen immediately. He lowered his head and said while trembling, "Lin Tai greets master." At that moment, the pride and arrogance that rose within him vanished. Since the young man before him could kill Song Chao, who was an ancient martial artist, just by lifting his hand, what difference was there between killing him and killing a chicken? What was the difference between killing him and killing a chicken? Yi Chen glared at him coldly. He only sat down after Lin Tai's back was drenched in sweat. He said expressionlessly, "Get up. Call me my lord from now on." "Yes, my lord." Lin Tai felt like he had been pardoned. He got up and wiped his sweat. He stood aside extremely respectfully and bowed slightly, looking like he would follow Yi Chen's orders. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Don't worry. I won't ask you to hand over your power, and I won't ask about your business. If I have something for you to do, you must do your best. Of course, you can pretend to be obedient to me. I believe there are many people in the entire Lin City who want to replace you." "I dare not, my lord." Lin Tai's heart sank, and he knelt onto the ground again immediately. Yi Chen softened his tone and moved his lips slightly. "I'll give you a mission now. Send your people to Beijing to ask about someone for me. She's from the Sioux family. I don't care what you do, but you must find out about her. Who is she, my lord?" Lin Tai could not stop nodding and asked by instinct. "Her name is Su Yuhan. She's my wife." Yi Chin did not stay any longer after saying that. He got up and left the auspicious Manor Hotel. A while later, Venomous Snake on the ground woke up. He was shocked to learn that Lin Tai had acknowledged Yi Chin as his master. "Brother Leopard, it took you so much effort to get to where you are now. Are you willing to be under someone else?" "You fool! What do you know?" Lin Tai glared at him and walked straight to the window. He said sincerely as he looked at the night sky, "My lord isn't an ordinary person. He's a powerhouse. To be exact, he's like a king. Although I've been through fighting and killing for most of my life, I still feel insignificant before him. Why would someone like my lord be interested in a mere Lin city? On the contrary, this is an opportunity for me, Lin Tai. As long as I follow my lord's footsteps, I might be able to return to that hateful place one day and reclaim the dignity that I once had." Venomous Snake moved his lips, but said nothing. Although Lin Tai had been nice to him all these years, he had no idea where his boss came from. Why did he not have a considerate woman by his side? After Yi Chen left the hotel, a lady staggered past him when he walked to the street to flag down a car. She reeked of alcohol. "It's her?" Yi Chen frowned as he recognized that she seemed to be his daughter's teacher, Olan. Why was she drunk in the middle of the night? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen decided to follow her. After all, she was Mingming's teacher. She was nice to Mingming. Moreover, Yi Chen had a good impression of her after spending time with her last time. In order not to scare her, Yi Chen slowed down on purpose so that there was always a distance between them. Some 10 minutes later, Olan walked to a man-made lake while she was drunk. Chapter 34. The sound of someone falling into the water was heard. Oh no! Yi Chen flashed and appeared by the lake within the blink of an eye. He stretched his arm out and grabbed. Olan, who had fallen into the water, was sucked up. Her wet, delicate body fell into his embrace. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and subconsciously held her firm and bouncy buttocks. Olan did not move. Clearly she had fainted. Yi Chen could not help but force a smile as he sensed the softness on his arm. He wanted to put her on the ground, but he thought it would be inappropriate for him to do that. After shaking his head, he carried Olan and walked to the hotel nearby. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Chen walked into a small hotel. The hotel owner was a skinny middle-aged man with a perverted expression. Yi Chen walked into the room while carrying Olan as he looked at him strangely. Just when he was going to close the door, the hotel owner suddenly asked in a mysterious manner, "Brother, do you want one of those?" "What?" Yi Chen turned his head and glanced at him. The hotel owner looked around and coughed. He said while rubbing his palms together, "Durex, Jispin, Super Thin, Indian Divine Oil, and Viagra. Bang!" A loud slam of the door answered him. "Don't disturb me unless I say so." The hotel owner went downstairs with a face full of disappointment. As he walked, he smacked his lips. Sigh. I wonder which family's daughter is going to be harmed again. What a pity. That face of hers is 1,000 times better than my old woman's. That skin is so fresh, those legs. Yi Chen heard the hotel owners mumbling clearly. He put Olan on the bed with a grim expression and glanced at her by instinct. He could not help but feel his heart flutter. Olan was wearing a tight, black chiffon short dress. However, it was drenched at the moment and clung tightly to her body. The folds on it were like ripples on the surface of a lake when the spring breeze blew. They showcased her curvy body to the fullest. He shifted his gaze downward and saw a pair of long, slender legs. Her calves were as clear as jade, while her thighs were round and firm. There was a pair of white, soft leather shoes hanging on her ankles. What a monster! Even Yi Chen, who had seen countless beauties, could not help but be stunned by Olan's beauty. After shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his head, he bent down and slapped Olan's lower abdomen. As the spiritual power in his body circulated, a scorching mist drifted out of Olan's lower abdomen. A long time later, Olan's clothes that were initially wet were completely dry. I only saved you because you're Mingming's teacher. I wouldn't have bothered if it were someone else. Yi Chun let out a long breath and turned around to leave. Never had he thought that Olan, who was lying on the bed, would wake up. She saw Yi Chun first and was stunned at first. Subsequently, she sat up immediately. She looked at Yi Chun in extreme embarrassment and rage while checking her body. What did you do to me? His expression was as if he had been violated. Yi Chun frowned and said, Ms. Oh, you jumped into the lake to kill yourself. I happened to pass by and saved you. Since I don't know where your house is, I can only bring you here. Olan seemed to recall something after hearing what he said. She asked doubtfully, But why are my clothes dry? Did you change them for me? I saved you before you fell into the water. Moreover, don't you remember what you're wearing? Yi Chun said angrily. He could not possibly explain that he was the one who forced the water out of her body with spiritual power and dried her clothes. Olan was slightly stunned. She was relieved when she realized that there was nothing wrong with her body. Subsequently, she closed her legs and rested her head on them. Her shoulders were shaking slightly as she sobbed faintly. Mr. Yi, why did you save me? Why did I save you? Yi Chun had no idea how to answer her. Noticing that she seemed a little sad, he could not help but ask, Ms. Oh, are you in trouble? Also, why did you do that? Olan lifted her head slightly to glance at Yi Chun. She was hesitant to speak, but determination and bitterness flashed through her pale, pretty face. Forget it. Instead of giving myself to that guy, I might as well give myself to this person. Olan got off the bed and leaped into Yi Chun's embrace all of a sudden as she thought to this point. Yi Chun was shocked at that moment. Just when he was going to push her away by instinct, two lotus-like, jade-like arms hugged his neck tightly. Her red lips were moving back and forth on his face, followed by rapid breathing that smelled like orchids. Give it to me, an extremely soft and seductive murmur came into his ears. The scene that came out of nowhere made Yi Chun's heart burn. However, he had a strong will after all, so he snapped back to his senses after being distracted for a while. Subsequently, he pushed Olan, who was in his embrace, away. Yi Chun's expression turned slightly cold. He was no longer as friendly as he was earlier. Ms. Oh, what are you doing? After Olan steadied herself, she glanced at Yi Chun with an extremely complicated expression. She squatted on the ground all of a sudden and began crying. She said while crying, Mr. Yi, please leave. Don't worry about me. Naturally, Yi Chun wanted to leave. However, he was worried that she would take things too hard. He could only soften his tone and say, Ms. Oh, you're Mingming's teacher. You've been taking care of her. You can tell me if you have any difficulties. Olan stopped crying and bit her lip. Mr. Yi, do you think that I'm a very casual woman? She, who had always been well-mannered, could not believe that she had done such a ridiculous thing earlier. She felt extremely ashamed now that she recalled it. However, it was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Yi Chun frowned. No. Lan glanced at him with gratitude in her eyes. She bit her lip and mocked herself. My mom has a mental illness. At such a critical moment, my dad wants to marry me to someone I don't like for his own benefit. Yi Chun only figured out what happened after listening to her story. It turned out that Olan's mother had gone insane due to emotional trauma 3 years ago. Her mind was that of a 3- or 4-year-old child's. Throughout the 3 years, she had been to hospitals both in and out of the country. The doctor's advice was to focus on conservative treatment, to learn how to communicate with her mother. Olan became a kindergarten teacher in the hope that her mother could recover through that. However, her father wanted to marry his daughter off for the sake of business cooperation. To make Olan give up and accept her fate, he even contacted the mental hospital secretly. He planned to send his wife there. Lan fought fiercely against that because she could say that her mother had not woken up and would not be able to see her in her wedding dress as long as her mother was by her side. However, as soon as her mother was sent to the mental hospital, she could not fight back anymore. Meanwhile, Lan had a big fight with her father at the hospital earlier. She slammed the door and left in a huff, getting drunk on the streets. Eventually, she even thought of committing suicide. The knot in Yi Chen's heart disappeared after hearing that. He could not help but say while smiling, "So, that's why you almost made me cheat on you earlier." Lan held her head down immediately upon hearing that. Her pretty face was blushing all the way to her ears. She was embarrassed as soon as she recalled how she almost had sex with her student's father earlier. Moreover, the other party had a family, so didn't his actions almost cause him to have an affair? Chapter 35. What did you say? Why you can treat it? Lan was stunned. She thought she had heard it wrong. Yi Chen nodded while smiling. That's right. Isn't it just mental illness? It's not difficult at all. In this world, there was no illness that a medicinal pill could not cure. If there was, there would be two. Meanwhile, the Vitality pill happened to be able to cure mental illness. However, the Vitality pill that he refined last time had been given to Gu, Xiaoquan's wife. Lan snickered when she saw him spouting nonsense in all seriousness. Her voluptuous breasts could not stop shaking, and the awkwardness that she felt earlier was gone. How could a layman like him, who had no medical skills, say that he could cure a mental illness that the famous doctors in the country and abroad could not? Moreover, it was not difficult at all. Lan took a deep breath in and lifted her head to look at him in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you for comforting me. Yi Chen was speechless. It turned out that no one believed the truth these days. All right, Mr. Yi. It's time for me to go back and accompany my mother. Lan was even more certain about her speculation upon noticing that he was keeping quiet. She walked out of the room while smiling. She was gone when Yi Chen followed her down. On the other hand, the hotel owner who was waiting downstairs welcomed him passionately. Brother, you're so fast. What's so fast? Yi Chen had yet to react. Stop pretending. We're both men, so I understand your pain. If you had taken the Indian divine oil or Viagra that I recommended earlier, you'd have lasted at least 10 more minutes. The hotel owner smiled in a perverted manner. If you really can't afford those two, you can buy a few more Durex. The effect is still acceptable. F***CK off. After returning home, Yi Chen scanned his parents' room with his divine consciousness. He realized that the little girl was sleeping soundly. He smiled and returned to his room to sit with his legs crossed. He began cultivating without resting. The next morning, Yi Chen had to go to work since it was Monday. He woke up early and helped his daughter, Meng Meng, get dressed and have breakfast. He then sent her to kindergarten and rushed to the office after everything was done. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the sales department's office, he saw Lu Feng sitting on a chair. As soon as Lu Feng saw him, he immediately lowered his head and looked at the Vacheron Constantine in his hand. He put on a fake smile and said, "You're 10 seconds late. According to the company's attendance record, you'll be fined 100 yuan. Do you have any objections?" Yi Chen nodded and entered the office to sit in his seat. Lu Feng, who was lagging behind, smirked coldly. "You want to play with me? I'm not Lu Feng if I don't kill you." Not everyone in the office was there. Apart from Yi Wen and a few colleagues whom Yi Chen did not know, Zhou Kai, Zhang Li, and Zhao Qian were not there. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Li's coquettish voice came from outside the door. "Oh my, I'm so tired. Who told you to run so fast? You came out in such a hurry without even finishing your hair. The new guy at the barber shop is quite handsome. I haven't seen enough of him." Zhang Li and Zhao Qian each held a cup of milk tea in their hands as they walked in. Their hair was disheveled and they did not look like they were working at all. Zhou Kai walked at the back. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and glanced at Lu Feng, who was across him by instinct. Lu Feng scoffed and said, "Do you think I don't know how to reward and punish? I approved it. Are you unhappy with that?" Yi Chen shrugged, looking like he did not care. After all, the company did not belong to him. He did not care about Lu Feng's arrogance. Moreover, he did not want to put Yi Wen in a difficult position. Zhang Li and the rest did not like Yi Chen from the beginning until the end. Some of them read novels, some watched movies, and some speculated in stocks. It was a mess anyway. Yi Wen did not speak to her at all. Instead, she would chat with Zhang Li and the rest every now and then. Lu Feng clapped his hands all of a sudden when it was almost time to get off work. He said, "Guys, it's Wenwen's birthday tomorrow. We're going to treat you guys to dinner and karaoke. Since we're all friends, there's no need for you guys to bring gifts. We just want you guys to be there." Although he said that, nobody dared to take it seriously. The people patted their chests and said, one after another, that they would definitely go and bring gifts. Lu Feng looked at Yi Chen wryly. "Yi Chen, it's okay for others not to bring gifts, but it's different for you. After all, Wen is your cousin. As the saying goes, the elder brother is the father. It's only right for you to bring gifts, isn't it?" "What are you talking about, Lu Feng? Who cares about gifts?" Yi Wen rolled her eyes at him angrily. She turned her head and said to Yi Chen coldly, "Don't listen to him." Zhao Qian smiled sarcastically immediately. "Master Lu is right. Yi Chen, it's because of Wen that you're able to enter our company. You must be grateful." She revealed the relationship between Yi Chen and Yi Wen on purpose. She emphasized that Yi Chen had entered the company through the back door. As expected, the way the people in the office looked at Yi Chen changed after hearing what she said. Most of them were disgusted and even looked down on him. Yi Chen said coldly, "There will be gifts." "Sure. I'm looking forward to what you're going to give Wen." Lu Feng laughed out loud immediately. He knew that Yi Chen had no money, so he wanted to embarrass Yi Chen by doing that. After work, Yi Chen went to the kindergarten to pick up the little girl. Just like before, Olan walked out of the school, holding the little girl's hand. Compared to the little girl who was hopping around, Olan looked grim. "Be good, Ming Ming. Can you get me a lighter?" Yi Chen took out 10 yuan and passed it to the little girl. Meng Meng looked at Yi Chen in anticipation after taking the money. "Daddy, a lighter costs 1 yuan. Can I spend 50 cents on a lollipop with the remaining money?" She even licked her lips as she spoke. "Buy whatever you want. You don't have to give me change," Yi Chen said in between tears and laughter. The little girl then ran to the store at the school entrance in excitement. After she left, Yi Chen glanced at Olan and asked, "Ms. O, is your mother's condition worsening?" "My dad is going to send my mother to the mental hospital tomorrow." Olan held her head down while covering her mouth. She only lifted her head to look at Yi Chen after wiping her tears a few seconds later. "Mr. Yi, can you really treat my mother's illness?" "Yes, but you have to trust me," Yi Chen said while smiling. Olan hesitated and said while clenching her teeth, "Sure, I'll trust you this time. Even if it doesn't work, I'll accept it." Yi Chen was speechless. All of a sudden, he did not want to treat her anymore. "Mr. Yi, please go to the hospital with me if you're free tonight." "Oh yeah, send me your phone number." Yi Chen nodded and saved his phone number for her. The little girl had returned. She handed Yi Chen a lighter and some change while panting. She began counting with her fingers. "Daddy gave me 10 yuan. I spent 1 yuan on a lighter, so I have 9 yuan left. I bought a lollipop, so I have 8 yuan left. 50 yuan. My dear daughter, didn't Daddy tell you to buy whatever you want?" Yi Chen patted her head, feeling amused and annoyed at the same time. The little girl shook her head in all seriousness. "No, Grandma said that I'm still a kid, so I can't spend money recklessly." Yi Chen snickered and picked her up. He then rushed home after saying goodbye to Olan. Yi Chen returned to his room after dinner. Over an hour later, there was a medicinal pill and 4 bracelets on his bed. Each bracelet had 6 round green beads that were the size of jelly beans connected to it with a rubber band. The medicinal pill was a vitality pill. Meanwhile, the bracelets were protective magic tools that were refined from the jade pendant that he got from Lin Fan. The jade pendant had been hanging on Lin Fan's waist since the beginning. Yi Chen had only gotten it from him after his death. When they first met, Yi Chen recognized that it was a low-grade spiritual jade with spiritual energy in it. Initially, he planned to refine it to increase his cultivation base. However, he changed his mind after learning that it was Yi Wen's birthday at the office today. He cut the jade pendant and refined it into protective magic tools. He gave one to his parents and Meng Meng. He also gave one to Yi Wen. It was to thank second uncle for taking care of his family all this while. In reality, the bracelet was not a protective magic tool. It was just the most basic defensive magic tool in the cultivation world. With the spiritual jade as the eye of the formation, Yi Chen carved a formation on the bracelet. It could barely block some attacks from the mortal world. The only downside was that one of the beads on the bracelet would explode each time it was attacked. When all 6 beads exploded, the bracelet would be useless. It was equivalent to having 6 chances to survive. Chapter 36. Yi Chen received a message from Olan when night fell. He walked out of the house after changing his clothes. He saw a white Porsche Cayenne parked at the entrance of his neighborhood from far away. Olan, who was wearing a plain dress, was waiting by the car. Mr. Yi, we're running out of time. Let's talk in the car. Olan got him into the passenger seat and drove straight to Lin City Hospital. Sensing that she was in a bad mood, Yi Chen asked, "What happened?" "My dad plans to send my mom to the mental hospital tonight," Olan said without even turning her head. She sounded like she was sobbing. Yi Chen came to a realization and comforted her. "Don't worry. I'm here. Your mom will definitely recover." Olan forced a smile and said nothing. In reality, she had accepted her fate. The reason why she came to look for Yi Chen was that she had promised to bring him to the hospital during the day. Yi Chen found out that Olan's father was O Guliang and her mother was Shin Shuhua. They drove very fast and arrived at the hospital over 20 minutes later. Olan brought Yi Chen to a ward on the 3rd floor of the hospital. He saw a man and a woman standing at the door of the ward. The man was about 40 years old, had a square face and looked serious. As for the woman, she was in her 20s, had heavy makeup on her face, and was dressed in a very casual way. The duo was currently sitting on a chair at the door, hugging each other. Their behavior was intimate. Olan's expression changed when she saw that. She walked over immediately and pointed at the flirtatious lady in O Guliang's embrace. "Dad, who is she?" O Guliang put down the lady in his embrace immediately. He looked rather panicked. "Her name is Zhou Min. She's my secretary. You can call her Aunt Min." Compared to O Guliang, who had lost his composure, Zhou Min seemed calm. She smiled seductively and looked at Olan provocatively. "Aunt Min, why don't you call me Mom?" Olan smirked coldly while anger filled her pretty face. "Oh," Guliang said while frowning, "what's with your attitude? Your mom is already like that. I can't just reject her, can I?" Olan's body jolted when she heard that. She could not help but take a step back and said with a pale face, "Remarry? My mother hasn't even died yet, and you're already looking for a mistress. Just give up. As long as I'm still breathing, I won't accept any of this." "Bastard!" Oh, Guliang flew into a rage and reached out to slap her. Olan did not move at all. She bit her lip and watched the slap coming at her with determination. 2 streams of tears rolled down from the corner of her eyes. "Anyway, it's not the first time I've been beaten. It'd be best if you beat me to death. That way, you and this vixen can be together officially." Delight flashed in Zhou Min's eyes. Just when O Guliang's hand was about to land on Olan's face, a big hand clamped it tightly. O Guliang was shocked. He looked at Yi Chen, who was standing behind Olan by instinct, and said with an extremely grim expression, "Who are you?" You don't deserve to know who I am. All you need to know is that you have no right to behave atrociously in front of me." Yi Chen smiled lightly. Lan glanced at Yi Chen in gratitude and introduced him to Guoliang coldly. "He's my friend. He's here to treat Mom." "Friend? I think he's an adulterer." Zhou Min, who was standing aside, snickered. "Treat? Lan, it's not that I want to criticize you, but I can't believe that your mother got an adulterer to trick us." She took a good look at Yi Chen in disdain as she spoke. "But isn't your taste too bad? I can't believe that you got such a bumpkin to be your adulterer. Piak!" Before she could finish her sentence, she received a heavy slap on the face. This slap made her fall to the ground. At that moment, Guoliang was stunned. Lan covered her red lips with her hand. Disbelief filled her beautiful eyes. Mingming's father would hit someone just because of a disagreement. Is he that violent? However, it feels pretty good. Zhou Min glared at Yi Chen in resentment while covering her face that was in excruciating pain. How dare you hit me?" Yi Chen smirked, revealing his white teeth. "B*TCH. I'll dare to kill you if I hear that word again. Do you believe me?" Although he was smiling, his words were laced with a thick chill. "Why you?" Zhou Min opened her mouth, but she dared not continue cursing in the end. The reason being she had a faint feeling that the young man before her might really kill her if she acted the way she did earlier. Guoliang, who snapped back to his senses, said while glaring at Yi Chen angrily, "Why, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are. If you can't control your mouth, you'll end up like her." Yi Chen looked at him coldly. Guoliang was enraged at that moment. He said, while glaring at Lan, "Look at what kind of man you found. Are you trying to piss me off?" "He's not the man I'm looking for." "No, he's not my man." Lan explained by instinct. Realizing that she was making things worse, she said with teary eyes, "I really found Mr. Yi to treat Mom." "You know your mother's illness better than me. You've gone to all the famous doctors in the country and abroad. Do you think this brat can treat her?" Guoliang smiled instead of being mad. Zhou Min said coldly, "Could it be that this brat has fallen for your beauty, so he's trying to get close to you on purpose?" "And no, that's not it." Lan was so anxious that tears were rolling down her cheeks. However, she realized that her explanation was weak. She did not even have enough confidence. After all, even she did not believe it herself. Yi Chen glanced at Guoliang and said, "Not only can I treat Ms. O's mother's illness, but I can also treat your AIDS." What did you say?" Guoliang was stunned at first. Subsequently, he laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. "Are you saying that I have AIDS?" He was the boss of a listed company with hundreds of millions of assets, after all. He was a righteous man who never fooled around. How could he have AIDS? Lan's pretty face changed. She pulled the corner of Yi Chen's shirt immediately. "Mr. Yi, don't talk nonsense." She began to regret bringing Yi Chen here. How could he talk nonsense about AIDS? "You're indeed a liar. The first thing you say is AIDS. Why don't you say you have terminal cancer?" Zhou Min scoffed. Yi Chen glanced at her and said while smiling, "You have AIDS too, but don't worry. I won't save you guys. Mr. Yi, I'm begging you to stop talking." Lan was so anxious that she was almost crying. Never had she thought that Yi Chen would be so unreliable. Yi Chen sighed and said to her upon seeing her like that, "Forget it. I'll treat your mother first." He was about to walk into the ward as he spoke. Guoliang stopped him immediately and said with a scoff, "Who allowed you to go in? Get lost now, or I'll call for help." A ferocious gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Guoliang froze, completely as if he had been petrified. What did you do to him?" Zhou Min's expression changed. Her body froze before she was done speaking. Chapter 37. Don't worry. I've only sealed their acupuncture points. They'll be able to move in an hour. Yeah, help me look after them at the door. Don't let anyone in. Yi Chen walked straight into the ward and locked the door after saying that. He saw a middle-aged lady with messy hair sitting on the bed. She was giggling while holding a doll in her arms. Her collar was wet from her drool that flowed down her chin. She was clearly Olan's mother, Shin Shuhua. Yi Chen walked over by instinct and removed the doll from her hand. Before she could scream, he stretched his arm and tapped between her brows to freeze her. He then took out the vitality pill and fed it to her. He then slapped the top of her head to refine the vitality pill quickly. Over 10 minutes later, the vitality pill was completely refined. Yi Chen waved and unsealed her acupuncture points. Shin Shuhua stopped struggling and screaming. Clarity flashed through her eyes. She asked by instinct when she saw Yi Chen, "Sir, who are you? Also, where am I?" "What's your daughter's name?" Yi Chen asked. "Olan." "What's your husband's name?" "Oh, Guliang." "What does he do for a living?" "He runs a department store." Yi Chen asked some questions one after another. Shen Shuhua answered all of them clearly and correctly. Yi Chen then said while smiling, "Auntie Shin, congratulations on your recovery. Come with me to meet your daughter." Then he told her about the treatment and walked out of the ward with Shin Shuhua. Olan, who was guarding outside, walked over immediately. "Mr. Yi? And my mom?" She noticed Shin Shuhua behind Yi Chen halfway through her sentence. She was stunned and called out by instinct, "Mom." "Lon Lon." Shen Shuhua walked over and hugged her emotionally. She cried, "My darling daughter." "Mom, why you're all right? Are you all right?" Oh, Lan's beautiful eyes were wide open in disbelief. Had her mother recovered from her mental illness? Was she back to normal? Shin Shuhua glanced at Yi Chen with gratitude written all over her face. She said while wiping her tears, "Yes, it's all thanks to you, Mr. Yi. Lon Lon, it's been hard on you during this period." Mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. At the same time, Oh Guliang and Zhou Min, who were frozen to the side, were filled with a tempestuous storm. Although they couldn't move, it didn't mean that they couldn't see the scene in front of them. It hadn't been more than 20 minutes since the kid went in and came out, and he actually managed to cure it. Even if it was a common cold and sneeze, it wouldn't be cured in a short period of time. Besides, it was a mental illness. Even local and foreign hospitals were helpless. Olan lifted her eyes to look around after she finally calmed herself down. She had no idea when Yi Chen had left. She was rather disappointed. "He left just like that? I haven't even had a chance to thank him." Shin Shuhua couldn't help but ask, "Lon Lon, what's your relationship with Mr. Yi?" "Mom, we're just normal friends." Oh Lan did not notice the hidden meaning in her mother's words at all. Shin Shuhua glanced at her in an extremely flirtatious manner. "My Lon Lon has grown up. You're shy when you have a boyfriend now. It's all right. I support you. Moreover, although Mr. Yi looks a few years older than you and he looks mediocre, his medical skills are amazing and he's kind. I don't have to worry if you're with him in the future." Oh Lan's pretty face blushed. She said while stomping her feet, "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Yi and I are really just normal friends and he has a child." Shen Shuhua could only sigh slightly. Oh Lan looked at the hospital exit while deep in thought. Yi Chen's silhouette could not help but appear in her head. It was that mediocre face that stirred ripples in her heart. So he really didn't lie to me. He really has medical skills. I can't believe that I never believed him from the beginning. What kind of person is he exactly? Oh Lan was filled with confusion and curiosity. She had first met Yi Chen because of the little girl Meng Meng. Back then, Yi Chen was dressed simply and looked mediocre. Although Oh Lan did not look down on him, she did not really care. She had only met him because of Meng Meng. However, he had saved her when she jumped into the lake yesterday. Now, he had cured her mother's mental illness. Everything sounded like a dream. It was the first time that Olan realized that she could not understand this man anymore. There seemed to be many things hidden under his inconspicuous appearance. What exactly had he gone through in the 5 years that he had disappeared? Shan Shuhua only noticed Guiliang and Zhou Min, who were standing still next to her after the mother and daughter caught up. She could not help but ask, "What happened to your dad?" Lan scoffed and told her what happened. She then said, "Mr. Yi said that they'll be able to move after standing for an hour." She did not doubt what Yi Qin said at all. Shin Shuhua looked at Guiliang and Zhou Min with a complicated expression on her face. She said after a sigh, "Forget it. Get the doctor here and see if they can unseal your dad's acupuncture points. We'll talk about what happened between me and your dad later." Although Lan was unwilling, she went to get the doctor as she was told. Soon, the entire hospital was alerted. The hospital had sent out all of the Chinese medicine experts who were well-versed in the human body's acupuncture points. However, they were shocked to find out that so many of them could not unseal Guiliang and Zhou Min's acupuncture points. An old Chinese medicine doctor with gray hair who was holding a walking stick stood among the crowd. He could not help but exclaim while looking at Guiliang and Zhou Min, who were standing still, "Magical skill. It's simply a magical skill. I've been studying the human body's acupuncture points for over 60 years. I've learned from a renowned Chinese medicine master who has passed away, but I can't even tell how the person sealed Mr. and Zhou Min's acupuncture points. This person must be a Chinese medicine expert hiding among the people or a martial arts expert. Moreover, his research on the human body's acupuncture points surpasses all of us. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the #1 in acupuncture points," another old expert said while shaking. Everyone chimed in one after another. An entire entrance of the ward was in a mess. Guiliang and his companion had impressively become monkeys in the zoo, being pointed at by everyone. A young doctor said angrily, "Why are you talking so much? What should we do now? We can't just let them stand here, can we? Why don't we just move them to the bed?" Someone was going to carry Guiliang as they spoke. "Don't move." The old Chinese medicine doctor who spoke earlier stopped them immediately. "Don't move. Before we figure out what's going on, don't touch their acupuncture points that have been sealed. What will happen if I move them?" The young doctor was rather unconvinced. The old Chinese medicine doctor took a deep breath and said very seriously, "Once you touch them and accidentally touch other acupuncture points, it will be even more difficult to unseal them. It might even threaten their lives. I once saw a person in Vietnam who had his acupuncture points sealed. His companion touched him, and all the bones in that person's body were crushed on the spot." Guiliang and Zhou Min were almost scared to death when they heard that. They looked at the people around them who had looks of disbelief on their faces and were ready to move. They almost cursed out loud. "F***, don't do this to me." The hospital director stood up and said, "If that's the case, let them stand for an hour. We'll talk about it if they can't do it by then." Everyone nodded, and then looked at Guiliang and Zhou Min with their big and small eyes. More than 10 minutes later, the sound of 2 farts was heard. Everyone hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. They saw Guiliang and Zhou Min sitting on the ground with a look of relief. The old Chinese medicine doctor rushed forward and said excitedly, "Mr. Quick, tell me which expert sealed your acupuncture points. I want to worship him as my master." "Worship your sister." Chapter 38. It was night, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Yi Qin walked out of his house quietly and climbed to the mountain behind the district. A strange gleam flashed through his eyes when he lifted his head to look at the full moon above his head. Subsequently, he picked a place to sit with his legs crossed. He performed a series of hand seals and activated the artifact immortal method quietly. A small, dark green bottle appeared in his hand as he thought to himself. The bottle was as clear as jade and was approximately the size of a baby's palm. There were birds, beasts, insects, and fish carved all over it. It did not even have a lid. Yi Qin looked at it quietly with a nostalgic expression on his face. He mumbled to himself, "Old buddy, we meet again." It was the immortal drift bottle. Back then, Yi Chen had gotten it after he was drowned in the river. He had traveled to the cultivation world because of it. With its ability to mature spiritual medicine, Yi Chen managed to cultivate to the immortal venerable stage within a short 3,000 years and eventually ascend to the heavenly emperor's throne. Throughout the 3,000 years, Yi Chen had not studied it thoroughly. He had no idea what it was made of or if it had any other abilities. Under the moonlight, the immortal drift bottle shook slightly. Subsequently, it emitted a weak green glow. Yi Chen's expression remained the same as if he was used to it. He took out a wrinkled, black lump that was the size of a walnut after the green glow faded. He had gotten it from the Julong antique city previously. It had even triggered the immortal drift bottle back then. The reason why he was only studying it now was that the immortal drift bottle could not produce the mysterious green liquid unless there was a full moon. Yi Chen fell into silence for a moment and placed it on a piece of fertile soil. He then picked up the immortal drift bottle and poured on it softly. A drop of rich green liquid dripped out of the bottle and eventually landed on the black lump. As soon as the green liquid landed on the black lump, it disappeared within the blink of an eye as if it was absorbed. Crack, crack, crack! Yi Chen stared at the black lump while holding his breath. He saw it shake a few times in the soil. As a soft thud came, it began to shed its shell. The black shell on the outside cracked. Something that looked like a tentacle slowly extended from the shell. It grew longer and longer until it was over 3 feet tall. Countless tentacles extended from it, and they turned into branches and leaves one after another. In less than a few breaths, it had turned into a small tree. Its trunk was not even as thick as the mouth of a bowl, but it was lush with leaves. Suddenly, a black flower bloomed from the tree. The flower grew larger and larger until it was the size of a fist, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. What flower is this? It was simply too fragrant. Although Yi Chen had seen no less than 10,000 spiritual items in his past life, he still could not recognize them. Under this strange fragrance, he was shocked to find that the spiritual power in his body had accelerated, and the originally bare ground under his feet crazily grew dense weeds. Yi Chen did not dare to hesitate. He sat down with his legs crossed and activated the Emperor Scripture to absorb the fragrance in a frenzy. Meanwhile, his cultivation level rose rapidly from the peak of the early stage of spirit gathering to the middle stage of spirit gathering to the peak of the middle stage of spirit gathering. Just when he wanted to break through to the spirit assembly advanced stage, peak stage, or even the foundation building stage, the exotic fragrance was gone. He hurriedly opened his eyes and found that the black flower had withered and was replaced by something that looked like a fruit. It was black and not round or oval, but strip-shaped a little like a rolling pin. What exactly was that? After some hesitation, he picked up the immortal drift bottle and dripped another drop of the mysterious green liquid on the small tree. There was no change to the small tree. He dripped the last drop of the mysterious green liquid on it, but there was still no change. Yi Chen was enraged. He sat next to it directly and stared at it without blinking. He was waiting for it to ripen. However, the black fruit did not show any signs of ripening even when it was almost dawn. Yi Chen could only set up a formation around it and walked up and down in disappointment. He secretly made up his mind to move it to the villa that Lin Tai gave him when he had the time. To prevent Olan from pestering him to ask about the treatment, Yi Chen got his mother to send the little girl to school while he went to the office. As soon as he arrived at the office, Yi Chen realized that everyone was there. Everyone was talking and laughing around Yi Wen's table. They were discussing her birthday. Lu Feng sat next to Yi Wen and could not stop talking about which restaurant and karaoke they were going to after work. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, Zhang Li, and the rest would cheer every now and then. The people stopped talking immediately when they saw Yi Chen. Lu Feng raised his brows and said, "Yi Chen, it's Wenwen's birthday today. You didn't forget about your birthday present, did you?" Yi Wen glanced at him by instinct. Yi Chen nodded and sat in his seat without saying a word. He was still thinking about the black fruit in his head. Lu Feng glanced at Zhao Qian and the rest upon seeing him like that. He scoffed, thinking that Yi Chen did not prepare a present or was too embarrassed to talk because the present was not good. Seeing that it was time to go to work, the people returned to their seats one after another and began to waste time. Their minds had drifted to the restaurant and the karaoke. When they finally got off work, they were about to rush out. Yi Chen got up and walked to Yiwen. He passed the bracelet that he had prepared to her and said while smiling, "I won't be going to karaoke. Happy birthday to you." Lu Feng pulled the bracelet over as soon as he was done speaking. "Let me see what present you prepared for our Wenwen." Yi Chen frowned. The people turned around and stared at the bracelet on Lu Feng's hand with their eyes wide open. They were curious. They gasped when they saw that the bracelet did not even have a box and that the craftsmanship was extremely rough. There was even a rubber band wrapped around it. They looked at Yi Chen in disdain. How could this thing be called a birthday present? Lu Feng pointed at the bracelet and could not even speak properly while laughing. "Yi Chen, is this the birthday present that you prepared for Wenwen?" Yiwen looked at the bracelet and then at the people who were laughing so hard that they could not close their mouths. Her expression was terrible. "Yi Chen, don't tell me that you bought it from a street stall." Zhao Qian was laughing so hard that her boobs were shaking. "Zhang," Li said in disdain, "buying it from a street stall is a compliment. I think you picked it up from a trash can." "I made it myself," Yi Chen said calmly. The crowd burst into laughter again as soon as he was done speaking. The crowd burst into laughter again. Lu Feng said in an exaggerated manner, "Yi Chen, that's not right. Wenwen only celebrates her birthday once a year, and you're giving her something like that? Don't tell me that you can't even bear to pay 80 yuan for it? It's priceless." Yi Chen shook his head. He was not lying when he said that. After all, the bracelet was a protective magic tool. If Yiwen was in danger, it could protect her 6 times. It would probably be sold at a sky-high price if he auctioned it. If not for his second uncle, Yi Chen would not have given it to her at all. Zhou Kai could not help but snicker. "Forget it. Nobody would want this crappy thing even if you throw it on the ground. You're saying that it's priceless? You're extraordinarily shameless." Lu Feng passed the bracelet to Yiwen and said with a fake smile, "Take it, Wenwen. Your cousin made it himself after all. As the saying goes, it's a gift from afar. The gift might not be important, but the thought is important." Yiwen snatched the bracelet over and ran out after flinging her sleeve. She wiped her tears as she ran. "What do you mean by that? I don't mind even if you don't give me a present. However, you're giving me this crappy thing. Are you trying to humiliate me?" Chapter 39. The KTV entrance of Lin City's noble palace was brightly lit. Yiwen could not stop vomiting while holding on to a willow tree by the road. She was crying as she vomited. She looked like a drunken lunatic. "Why, Yi Chen, what exactly did our family owe you in our past life? Why do you have to stick to us like a piece of plaster? Who do you usually put on a straight face for? If it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't even bother to look at you. You're almost 30. Not only did your wife run away, but you even need to pull strings to get a job. My mom was right. You're a piece of trash. I hate you. I really hate you." Meanwhile, Lu Feng, Zhao Qian, Zhangli, and Zhou Kai stood next to her. They could not stop comforting her. "All right, Wenwen. Stop crying. You don't have to be mad at that piece of trash. You'll be the one who suffers if you're mad. Zhao Qian is right. Wenwen, if you're mad, I'll get Zhou Kai to get a few people to beat that brought up with a gunny sack on their way home from work. That'll be taking revenge for you. Don't act recklessly. I think that Yi Gai has some skills. It'll be tough for him to fight. I suggest that Master Lu fire him directly." Lu Feng patted Yiwen's shoulder and took over the conversation. "Don't worry. I'm not done with Yi. I'll find a chance to fire him so that he won't disgust us. What the few of them did not notice was that Yi Chun was standing on the road opposite them and watching quietly at the moment. He was listening to everything that the few of them said. A self-deprecating smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. "Ha ha! So that's how you think of me as your cousin brother. I know that you and second aunt look down on my family. You're even treating us coldly and picking on us. I don't mind all that. I'll even give you an extremely precious protective magic tool as your birthday present. Since you're my second uncle's only daughter, he's one of the few people who care about me in this world. Forget it. Since you hate me so much, I'll get out of your sight. I'll consider it as helping us." Yi Chen shook his head lightly as he thought to this point. He planned to turn around and leave, but he noticed Yi when slapping Lu Feng's hand away all of a sudden. "Go away. Don't follow me." After saying that, she covered her mouth and stumbled across the road, running aimlessly into the darkness. Lu Feng and the rest's expressions changed. They were about to chase after them when the traffic light turned red. The long line of traffic blocked their way. Yi Chen frowned. He wanted to ignore it, but he could not bear to chase after them eventually. After all, she was his second uncle's daughter. Just take it as the last time. Although Yiwen was drunk, she ran very fast. She ran all the way to the depths of a dark alley. She already had a belly full of anger in her heart, and because of the birthday present, she drank so much, causing her emotions to completely explode. She just wanted to vent the anger in her heart. Plop! Perhaps because she ran too fast, she fell to the ground. It was dark all around her, and she couldn't see where she was. In an instant, he sobered up. She stood up and called out instinctively, "Lu Feng, Chan Chan, Lily, Zhou Kai." However, nobody answered her. She panicked a little at that moment. She wanted to go back the way she came, but all she heard was the sound of a motorcycle revving up. A bright light shone at her. A motorcycle drove over from far away. There were two young men on it. One was tall while the other was short. They were wearing earrings and had dyed their hair yellow and green. The duo was stunned to see Yi Wen at first. Subsequently, they took a good look at her. "Brother, this chick is hot." The short young man's eyes lit up as he gulped by instinct. The tall young man looked at Yi Wen with a perverted expression. He said while rubbing his hands together, "She's not just hot. I can't believe that we brothers would meet such a masterpiece here." Yi Wen's pretty face changed. She could not help but take a step back. What are you guys trying to do?" "Duh, what else can we do? Of course, we're going to F*CK you." The tall young man smirked as the perverted look in his eyes grew. Yi Wen fell onto the ground in shock. She said while shaking, "Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll scream for help." "Scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse in this *T2Y place." The tall young man chuckled. Just when he was going to pounce, the short young man scratched his head and said, "Brother, why does this sound familiar? It seems to be a classic dialogue between bad guys who molest women in dramas." And then the tall young man said impatiently. The short young man hesitated and said, "Usually when the villain screams and nobody comes to save you, even if you scream yourself hoarse, the hero will come to save the damsel in distress." The tall young man turned his head to look immediately. He turned his head and slapped the short young man directly when he did not see anyone. "Tsar, how can you believe such a melodramatic plot? Hurry up and hold this chick's legs. Don't let her move." He pounced at Yi Wen directly after saying that. "Kacha!" As a crisp sound came, the thin dress on Yi Wen's body was torn directly, revealing a large patch of her body. No. Yi Wen struggled with all her might. Her body could not stop shaking as tears rolled out of her eyes uncontrollably. At that moment, she was filled with regret. She regretted running to this place where nobody knew her after getting drunk. Little did she know that her resistance had triggered the two young men. Another crack was heard, and Yi Wen's sling broke. "Brother, cover her mouth first. Don't let her scream. It'll be your turn after I'm done. The tall young man stretched his arm out to undo his belt. No, I'm begging you guys. Yiwen covered her private part tightly as despair filled her heart. No, you'll keep saying that you want it later. You women are always be asterisk cheese. The tall young man scoffed. Just when he was about to do something more while lying on her, he heard footsteps coming from behind all of a sudden. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but they were clear as if they were strolling in a park. The tall young man turned his head all of a sudden and looked into the darkness. He said weakly, who's there?" The footsteps that were getting closer and closer answered him. The short young man gulped as he had goosebumps. "Brother, do not tell me it's a ghost. I'm not even afraid of living people. Why would I be afraid of ghosts? I'd like to see who's playing tricks over there." The tall young man smiled instead of being mad. He took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. However, he felt strange. Chapter 40. A person walked out of the darkness, slowly. He wore a gray robe and a clown mask on his head. The short young man was startled. "Brother, it's a ghost!" "Ghost my asterisk SS. You idiot. Is this AF asterisk King Human?" The tall young man slapped him. The short young man covered his face, feeling wronged. He mumbled, "Your mother is my mother. You're scolding me. You're scolding yourself." The tall young man could only suppress his anger and take out a dagger from the motorcycle's box. He shouted at the clown who was walking out of the darkness, "Stop right there!" The clown seemed like he did not hear him and kept walking to Yiwen, who was shaking. He then took off his robe and put it on her. He said, "Follow me." "Yiwen," the short young man said weakly, "Brother, he's taking the girl that we're interested in away. I'm going to kill you for being such a busybody." The tall young man had a ferocious look on his face. He picked up the dagger and stabbed it at the clown. Yiwen could not help but scream in fear. However, her scream came to a halt because she realized that the clown next to her had grabbed the young man's hand. "You!" The tall young man was shocked. Without saying a word, the clown grabbed him and threw him into the air. He threw him high up in the air as if he was throwing a rotten egg. Yiwen covered her mouth with her hand. She was so shocked that she almost screamed. Her breasts were undulating. He tossed him high into the sky with one hand. Was he still human? "Brother, come out and watch the flying man," the short young man said by instinct as he watched that dumbstruck. He then looked around and said, Where's my brother?" Bang! As a loud thud came, a person fell from the sky and landed hard on the ground face first. His head was smashed directly while brain juice and blood flowed out. Yiwen had never seen such a gory scene before. She could not help but scream. Subsequently, she felt her stomach churn. She could not stop vomiting while holding on to the corner of the wall. The short young man walked to the body with his eyes wide open. "My brother's gone. He's dead. You killed my brother. I'm going to kill you." He threw himself at the clown as if he were going to fight for his life. The clown raised his hand and slapped him. This slap sent him flying into the wall. His head sank deep into the wall, and his legs that were exposed twitched a few times before drooping down. Yiwen watched that in horror. "Why, you killed someone. You killed someone." "Shut up if you don't want to die," the clown said coldly and dragged her outside. Yiwen's heart could not stop pounding. She was grateful that he had saved her, but she was also terrified of his powerful ability and cruel methods. She was worried that he would kill her too. Fortunately, he didn't say anything along the way, nor did he make any excessive movements. The worry in Yiwen's heart faded away gradually. She could not help but look at his strange attire and asked, "Hey, who are you?" The clown said nothing. "You must be a legendary ancient warrior, right?" Yiwen was getting bolder. She had heard Lu Feng mentioning ancient warriors when he was bragging about them. He said that ancient warriors killed people like they were killing chickens and that they were more powerful than ordinary people. In reality, Lu Feng had never seen one before. He had only heard about it. Although that was the case, Yi Wen, Zhao Qian, and the rest were looking forward to it. The clown remained silent. Yi Wen did not mind. Instead, she said while giggling, "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about you killing people. But why did you save me?" That was what she could not figure out. The person appeared as if he was looking for her. Could he have known that she was in danger beforehand? Most importantly, he was in disguise. She could not see his face clearly with a helmet on, due to the poor lighting. Even his body and clothes were a little blurry. "We're here." The clown stopped walking all of a sudden when they were about to walk out of the alley with her. Yi Wen knew that they were going to be separated. She felt reluctant for no reason, so she could not help but ask, "You saved my life after all. Can you take off your mask and let me see what you look like? I'll repay you later." "No need," the clown said coldly and walked into the darkness again. Yi Wen shouted immediately, "Hey, can't you at least tell me your name?" The clown disappeared within the blink of an eye without even turning his head. "Why are you pretending to be cold? You're just like that guy with the surname Yi." Yi Wen stomped her foot in disappointment. She added, "But you're much more powerful than that guy. He pretended to be deep because he didn't get along. As for you, perhaps you're the lonesome powerhouse that people always say." Lu Feng and the rest's shouts came from far away as they were talking. Yi Wen could only look deep into the alley and walk to the side of the road, waving at Lu Feng and the rest who were far away. Lu Feng rushed over with the rest. He took a good look at her and asked worriedly, "Where did you go, Wen?" "We were so worried." "I didn't go anywhere," Yi Wen said in a neutral tone. If this were the past, she might have been a little touched to see Lu Feng showing his true feelings. However, after what happened earlier, Lu Feng's position in her heart dropped. He was replaced by the clown who wore a mask and had a cold aura but was extremely ruthless when he attacked. Perhaps Lu Feng was rich and good-looking, but money alone was not enough for a man's charm. Most importantly, he had to be powerful. Meanwhile, women lacked a sense of security, let alone a person who had just saved her life. The difference between the two of them was obvious. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. He seemed to notice the distance in her voice. "What's wrong, Wen? I told you that I'm fine. Can't you be more annoying?" Yi Wen said impatiently. Zhao Qian, who was standing aside, took out the bracelet and said, "Oh yeah, you accidentally left this in the KTV. The staff sent it to us after they found out. Isn't this the stupid thing that Yi Qin gave to Wen? Why are you keeping it? Throw it away." Lu Feng snickered and was going to take the bracelet away as he spoke. Yi Wen seemed to have thought of something. She snatched it away first and scoffed. "Throw what away? I'll return it to him tomorrow. I don't care about what he has." "That's right. I'll find a reason to fire him after you return it to him tomorrow," Lu Feng said while smiling. "It's getting late. Let's go home." Zhang yawned, looking sleepy. Subsequently, the few of them left after getting into the car. Yi Chen, who was standing far away, watched the car drive away. He looked normal and eventually turned around to rush home. This was the last time. Chapter 41. The next day, Yi Chen did not go to work. Instead, he went directly to the villa that Lin Tai had given him, 9 Dragons Bay. 9 Dragons Bay was located in the development zone of Lin City's villa complex, right in the middle. It was surrounded by a man-made lake that looked like 9 dragons that wanted to take off. That was why it was called 9 Dragons Bay. Yi Chen stood by the artificial lake and looked at the villa across him. He could not help but secretly nod. It seemed like Lin Tai had really spent a lot back then. He did not choose to row the boat over. Instead, he performed a light body skill and leaped onto the surface of the lake. His figure quickly ran towards the other side of the lake. His figure was like that of a dragon or a tiger, and the tips of his feet stepped on the lotus leaves, showing no signs of falling. If an outsider were to see the scene, they would definitely be shocked speechless. In a few breaths, he arrived at the entrance of the opposite villa. Just as he was about to take out the key to open the door, an old man in a long gown rushed out from inside. "Are you Mr. Yi?" the old man said respectfully after opening the metal door. Yi Chen asked, "Are you with Lin Tai?" "Mr. Yi, my name is Li Fu. You can just call me Ah Fu. Bao Gu arranged for me to serve you early in the morning, including your daily life, as well as the cleaning of the villa." Ah Fu bowed very low. Yi Chen nodded and subsequently walked into the villa. Ah Fu followed him closely. There was a garden, a swimming pool, and a hot spring everywhere they looked. Ah Fu would introduce them every now and then. In the General Affairs Office of Lin City Development Zone, Yi Ming, the deputy director of the office, looked at his wife, daughter, and Lu Feng before him. He said rather helplessly, "Why are you guys here?" Dong Xuebing said something to Xiao Wu, who was on duty, and then led the other three out of the General Affairs Office. This was not a place to chat. When they reached the top of a hill behind the General Affairs Office, they could see the villas at the foot of the hill. Yi Ming then turned his head to look at Yi Wen and said, "I don't think it's a day off today. Why aren't you at work?" Yi Wen lowered her head and said nothing. "Why are you still going to work?" "Our daughter is about to die from anger because of that guy," Yi Wen's mother, Yang Hui, said angrily. Yi Ming was stunned and asked, "Which guy? What's going on?" "Your nephew, Yi Chen." Yang Hui glared at him and sneered. "Yesterday was Wenwen's birthday, and your good nephew gave her a worthless toy in front of her colleagues." Yi Ming looked stunned. "Is that all? You know little Chen's family situation better than I do. It's enough that he gave a gift to express his sincerity. Why are you still so calculative? What are you talking about? Does our daughter not want face anymore?" Yang Hui yelled at him sharply. "I told you not to introduce him to Wenwen's company, but you didn't listen. In the end, that brat messed around in the company, making Wenwen unable to lift her head." Yi Ming frowned and looked at Yi Wen. "Wenwen, is that true?" Lu Feng, who was standing aside, said immediately, "That's not all, Uncle Yi. Ever since Yi Chen came to our company, he disrespected his colleagues and leaders. He slacked off and came late. If he wasn't Wenwen's cousin, I would have fired him a long time ago. One could say that he almost described Yi Chen as a sinful B** starred to defame him." Yi Wen, who had been keeping her head down, lifted her head to take a glance. Her lips moved slightly, but she said nothing. Although many of Lu Feng's words were made up, she did not defend herself in the end. It was all because that guy was so annoying. Yi Ming shook his head. He still did not believe it until now, because his impression of Yi Chen had always been a sensible and obedient kid. Yang, we could not help but scoff upon seeing him like that. "Did you hear that? Lu Feng said that, so how can it be fake? Yi Ming, I don't get it. You're the deputy director of the Development Zone's office, after all. Why do you care so much about a piece of trash?" "That's because he's my nephew. His father and I are brothers from the same mother." Yi Ming looked at her expressionlessly and said in his deep voice, seeing that her parents were going to fight again, Yi Wen stopped them all of a sudden. "All right, can you guys stop talking? I'm so annoyed." At the same time, her disgust toward Yi Chen had peaked. It was all that guy's fault. If not for him, she would not have been raped last night, and her parents would not be fighting like this. "Look, guys, that looks like Yi Chen," Lu Feng exclaimed all of a sudden at that moment. The few of them looked up and down where he was pointing. They saw a skinny young man walking out of the villas. "It's really him. He's like a ghost that won't go away." Yang Hui's face turned grim at that moment. "But why is he going to the villas? The people living there are all billionaires. Is he going to steal something?" Lu Feng said in a strange tone. He was fascinated by the development zone. Even the cheapest house cost 20,000 yuan per square meter, especially the 9 Dragons Bay in the middle. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a palace among villas. However, he was merely fascinated by it. He knew that he would not be able to afford it, even if he worked hard for hundreds of years. Yang Hui glanced at Yi Ming and scoffed. Look at your great-nephew. I can't believe he's reduced to stealing. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Ming's expression turned slightly grim. He then took out his phone and called Yi Qin. Yi Qin had just gotten out of Nine Dragons Bay. Just when he was going home, he received a call from his second uncle all of a sudden. He lifted his head to look at the mountain. As expected, he saw his second uncle and the rest. He walked over immediately and looked at Lu Feng and Yi in extreme surprise. Subsequently, he said to Yi Ming while smiling, "Second uncle, why are you guys here?" Yi turned around and refused to look at him. Yang Hui had disdain on her face, while Lu Feng was secretly gloating. "Your second aunt is here to visit me, so I'm here to talk to them," Yi Ming said casually. He looked at Yi Qin and changed the topic. "Xiao Qin, why are you here?" Although he said that his heart was in turmoil, he was really worried that Yi Qin would come to this rich district to steal things. Although Yi Wen's back was facing Yi Qin, she pricked up her ears quietly. Yang Hui and Lu Feng glared at Yi Qin, anticipating his answer. Yi Qin smiled and said, "Second uncle, I'm here to look at a house." "Look at a house? You bought a house here?" Yi Ming was stunned at first, then he was shocked. Yi Qin nodded. "You can say that." As soon as he said that, Yang Hui scoffed. Yang Hui immediately sneered and said, "You bought a house in this development zone? Are you sure you're not lying to us?" "Yi Qin, aren't you bragging too much? Do you know how much the average house price is in this development zone?" Lu Feng could not help but laugh out loud. Subsequently, he extended two fingers and said, "To tell you the truth, the average price is $25,000. The cheapest is $17,000. Those who can buy a house here are all billionaires." He looked at Yi Qin in disdain after saying that. He seemed to be hoping to see the panic on Yi Qin's face after his lie was exposed. However, Yi Qin merely gave a short response. Yi Wen secretly shook her head. He was hopeless. He would never change. The smile on Yi Ming's face turned cold slowly. He looked disappointed that Yi Qin did not live up to his expectations. Even he thought that Yi Qin was bragging. Yang Hui crossed her arms before her chest and said, "Riley, since you said that you bought a house here, sure. Show us which one it is. Your second uncle might know it." "That's right. Uncle Yi is the deputy director after all. He supervised the construction of these villas," Lu Feng said as if he wanted to stir up trouble. Yi Qin looked at Yi Ming and subsequently turned around to point at Nine Dragons Bay at the foot of the mountain. He said that one. "Ha ha ha." Lu Feng was stunned at first. He was the first to laugh out loud while holding his tummy. "Yi Qin, are you saying that you bought Nine Dragons Bay?" "Actually, I didn't buy it. Someone gave it to me," Yi Qin said while smiling. Yang Hui turned her head to look at Yi Ming, who looked grim. She said gloatingly, "Oh no, your nephew is hopeless." Although she did not know much about houses, she knew that Nine Dragons Bay was the best among the villas. The rest cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per square meter. Did that not mean that Nine Dragons Bay cost 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per square meter? If that was the case, the entire villa, including the swimming pool, garden, and garage, would cost at least 70 million yuan. Yi Ming took a deep breath in and said to Yi Qin with a complicated expression while looking at him, "Xiao Qin, what do you want me to say to you?" Sigh. He was very disappointed in Yi Qin at the moment. Yi Wen chuckled and thought to herself, "Dad, you finally know what kind of person this guy is now." "Uncle Yi, since Yi Qin insists that Nine Dragons Bay is his, why don't we do this? We'll get Yi Qin to show us what the mansion looks like," Lu Feng said all of a sudden as he rolled his eyes. Chapter 42. Seeing Yang Hui and Lu Feng teasing Yi Qin with all their might, Yi Ming could not help but say, "Forget it. Xiao Qin was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Go back." Yang Hui opened her mouth and scoffed. Meanwhile, Lu Feng looked disappointed. He could not wait to see Yi Chen embarrass himself. However, since Yi Ming had already said that, he would seem overbearing if he insisted. Just when they were planning to leave, Yi Chen said without even thinking, "Sure, second uncle." However, Yi Chen said without thinking, "Sure, second uncle. I happen to be free today. If you guys really want to see it, I can bring you guys there now." The few of them were stunned to hear that. They thought they had heard it wrong. Yuan glanced at him in utter disgust. "How long are you going to pretend? My dad has already taken the initiative to give you a way out. Not only do you not understand, but you're still acting tough. Your lies will be exposed eventually." Xiaoqin. Yi Ming frowned. He had no idea what to say at the moment. Lu Feng was secretly elated. He interrupted immediately. "Uncle Yi, since Yi Chen has taken the initiative to invite us, let's go take a look. Otherwise, he'll think that we're not showing him respect." "Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, you're really seeking death this time. I'd like to see how you're going to clean up after your lies are exposed." Yi Ming glanced at Yi Chen helplessly. Just when he was going to speak, Yang Hui grabbed his hand and walked down. She said as they walked, "Why are you still talking so much? Your nephew has grown up. It's only right for him to invite you, a senior, to his new mansion." Yi Wen did not want to go at first. However, she was furious after seeing Yi Chen pretending to be calm. She clenched her teeth and followed them to the villas below. Yi Ming shook his head as he walked. He was secretly thinking about how he could help Yi Chen out of the situation later. Meanwhile, he could teach him a lesson without hurting his pride. Over 10 minutes later, the few of them arrived at the man-made lake across Nine Dragons Bay. As they looked far away, they could see the beautiful scenery around Nine Dragons Bay. All of them were shocked by the palace that could be described as a villa. Seeing that there was no way out, Yang Hui glanced at Yi Chen while smirking. She said gloatingly, "Xiaoqin, there's no way out? Why don't you, the master, tell us how we're going to get there? There's a man-made lake around here. The width of the lake should be more than 10 meters, and there's no bridge. I think the owner of the villa did this on purpose to prevent some riffraff from going over." Lu Feng introduced while smiling. He emphasized on the word shady on purpose. He even glanced at Yi Chen meaningfully. Yi Ming sighed and took over the conversation. "This villa belongs to the wealthy Lin Tai. You guys might not have heard of Lin Tai, but you guys should know Brother Leopard." "Brother Leopard?" Lu Feng inhaled sharply, his face filled with shock. "You mean Brother Leopard, who controls the entire underground of Lin City? His power even covers the entire 3 provinces of Tianan?" He knew a little about Brother Leopard. He could still vaguely remember the last time he and the others went online in the internet cafe they had offended Brother Leopard's underling, Brother Viper. Even Chen Wu, who ran amok on East Street, was as obedient as a quail in front of Viper. How terrifying was Brother Leopard? "Yes, it's him." Yi Ming nodded and said with fear on his face, "What you guys don't know is that not only is he ruthless in the dark, but nobody dares to offend him in the open. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a man of the law. Xiaoqin, didn't you say that this villa belongs to you? Why is Brother Leopard involved?" Yang Hui looked at Yi Chen, pretending to be confused. Yi Chen smiled calmly. "It used to be Lin Tai's, but he gave it to me. Say, Yi Chen, can you stop pretending?" Lu Feng could no longer hold back his ridicule. He said with a scoff, "Brother Leopard isn't to be trifled with. You've claimed his villa and brought us here. If he finds out about this, everyone here will be in trouble. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare." Yi Chen smiled lightly and took out his phone to make a call. He said, "Get the speedboat here." The smirk on Lu Feng's face grew when he saw that. "Keep pretending. You really won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. If you really offend Brother Leopard, I'll be the first to say that you lied to us." Yi Wen looked at Yi Chen in disgust. She turned her head to say to Yi Ming and Yang Hui, "Dad, Mom, let's go back. This is boring." She really did not want to look at Yi Chen at the moment. How can he be so stubborn at a time like this? He even got a speedboat to pick them up. A loud thud came from the other side of the lake as soon as she was done speaking. Subsequently, a white speedboat drove over quickly from the other side of the lake. There's really a speedboat here? Yang Hui looked shocked. She glanced at Yi Chen secretly. Could this villa really belong to him? Lu Feng shook his head and said arrogantly, "It's not here to pick us up. The owner must have found out that we're here, so he's mad." Yang Hui and Yi Ming could not help but get nervous as soon as he said that. Yang Hui glared at Yi Chen coldly. "You've screwed us over. Forget it. I'll try my best to talk to the owner when they get here later." Yi Ming forced a smile. Yi Chen smiled without saying anything. Soon, the speedboat arrived by the lake that they were standing on. An old man in a long robe walked down from it. The old man wore gold-framed glasses and had an extraordinary aura. Could he be the owner of the villa? Just when everyone was having their own thoughts, they saw Li Fu get out of the lake and jog to Yi Chen. As everyone watched with their mouths agape, the old man bowed hard at Yi Chen. He said extremely respectfully, "Mr. Yi, your most loyal butler, Ah Fu, is here." He did not even look at the rest throughout the entire process. At that moment, everyone apart from Yi Chen was dumbstruck. There was dead silence. Yi Chen nodded calmly and stretched his arm to point at Yi Ming, who was next to him. "I'm here to bring some of my relatives here. This is my second uncle, Yi Ming. He's currently the deputy director of the General Affairs Office in the Development Zone. Nice to meet you, Director Yi. I've always heard that there's an extraordinarily honest and upright office director here, but I've never seen him. Now that I've met him today, I'm sure that he lives up to his reputation." Li Fu smiled at Yi Ming in an extremely polite manner. Yi Ming waved in panic and said while gulping, "El Xiaochen, is 9 Dragons Bay really yours?" He didn't know how to describe his current mood. He had seen the old man in front of him before, but at that time the old man was very arrogant and had never put him, the deputy director, in his eyes. How could he be as amiable as he was now? Just when Yi Chen was going to speak, while smiling, Li Fu spoke first. "Director Yi, 9 Dragons Bay really belongs to Mr. Yi. Brother, Leopard gave it to him." Yi Ming felt like the world was spinning as soon as he was done speaking. Yi Ming felt like the world was spinning. Yi Wen's lips opened slightly as disbelief filled her beautiful eyes. Subsequently, she felt a burning sensation on her face. So, he wasn't lying from the beginning. "I can't believe I thought he was pretending." Yang Hui's face turned pale. She could not speak as if someone was choking her. Among the few of them, Lu Feng was the most exaggerated one. At that moment, he could not stop drooling while cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Mr. Yi, the butler, and Brother Leopard gave it to him. Chapter 43. After a moment of silence, Yi Wen wiped her tears and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Wen wiped her tears and looked at Yi Chen. She mocked herself. "Is it fun, Yi Chen?" Yi Chen could not help but frown. He had no idea what she meant. "Since you have such a mansion, why did you ask me to introduce you to our company in the beginning? Why do you have to leave a bad impression on me? Since you're so rich, why did you give me such a birthday gift to humiliate me? Hee hee, is it fun pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Is it fun to tease people who are weaker than you? Since you want to pretend, why don't you do it all at once?" Yi Wen was crying harder as she spoke. Yi Chen said calmly, "I didn't mean that at all. The reason why he joined the company was that he could not reject his second uncle's kindness. Secondly, he wanted to answer to his parents. He had never planned to reveal the villa to the public since the beginning. It was all because of Yang Hui and Lu Feng who kept fanning the flames." "Wenwen, how can you talk to your cousin like that?" Yi Ming, who was standing aside, scolded his daughter immediately when he saw her talking nonsense. "I'm going to say that I've had enough of you guys." Yi Wen shrieked. She turned around and ran out while covering her mouth. "Wenwen." Yang Hui's expression changed. She glared at Yi Qin as if he had done something unforgivable. Subsequently, she chased after him. Lu Feng seized the opportunity to catch up with her immediately. He did not want to stay there any longer, let alone visit the villa. Yi Qin glanced at the direction where the few of them left and lifted his head to look at Yi Ming next to him. "Second uncle, Xiaoqin, you don't have to apologize. You're not in the wrong. I've spoiled Wenwen since she was young. She's an arrogant person now. Moreover, your second aunt can't stop instilling ideas into her. That's why she hates you." Yi Ming patted his shoulder and said with guilt written all over his face. He then left after shaking his head. Yi Chen stood where he was for a while. He rushed home after getting Li Fu to go back. In the O Residence's villa in Lin City, when O Guoliang got the medical report from the hospital and saw the word HIV on it, he was shaking. He felt like the world was spinning. HIV. Yi Qin was right. He really had HIV. Plop. Zhou Min was paralyzed on the ground. As soon as he saw her, O Guoliang suddenly reacted. He walked over and punched and kicked her. "Bitch, it's all your fault." Apart from O Lan's mother, he had only touched Zhou Min in his life. He had not touched Xin Shuhua since she was mentally ill 3 years ago. The only explanation was that his AIDS came from Zhou Min, B*TCH. Tell me the truth. How many people have you slept with besides me? O Guoliang's face turned hideous when he thought of this. That was AIDS, it was incurable. Zhou Min screamed and said while shivering, "Apart from you, I've only slept with young Master Ding Lei." O Guoliang was exasperated. Ding Lei was the general manager of the Shanghua Group. He was also the man that O Guoliang wanted to marry his daughter to. To his surprise, his woman had an affair with his future son-in-law. Zhou Min sobbed at him. "Young Master Ding always asked me not to wear a condom and told me to take medicine. I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Slap, slap. O Guoliang slapped her while clenching his teeth. He was so mad that he almost passed out. Zhou Min held her swollen face and said while crying, "Guoliang, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. We still have hope. That adulterer, no. That miracle doctor, you must have a way to save us." Miracle Doctor Yi? O Guoliang was stunned at first. Subsequently, he recalled Yi Qin. Joy appeared on his face as he said excitedly, "That's right. He can save us. He can save us." Before this, not only did Yi Qin know that both of them had AIDS, but he had also cured his wife, Xin Shuhua, of her mental illness. Such a technique was simply unfathomable. However, the hope that he had finally gained was extinguished as soon as he recalled what he had done to Yi Qin. He punched and kicked Zhou Min again. B*TCH, it's all your fault. Who told you to call Miracle Doctor Yi an adulterer? Guoliang, Olan, and Miracle Doctor Yi are friends, and they're close. As long as you beg Olan, Miracle Doctor, you will definitely save us for Olan's sake, Zhou Min begged. O Guoliang snapped back to his senses. That's right. Miracle Doctor Yi seems to like Lan. As long as I accept him as my son-in-law, he'll definitely save us. That's right, he'll definitely. The next morning, Yi Chen received a call from Gu Xiaoquan all of a sudden when he was going to Nine Dragons Bay after sending Meng Meng to school. "Mr. Yi, the Lamborghini that I gave you earlier and the company shares have been settled. Do you have time to come over?" "Company shares?" Yi Chen asked by instinct. "That's right. Company shares. You should know about Yafo Cosmetics Company, right? My wife, Fong Yuan, was the director of that company before. She owns 60% of the shares, and they've been transferred to you now." Yi Chen was slightly stunned to hear that. He asked in uncertainty, "Are you sure it's Yafo Cosmetics Company?" "That's right. I've even gotten them to hold a board meeting. They've confirmed you as the director," Gu Xiaoquan repeated. "All right, I got it. I'll go to the company to take a look." Yi Chen hung up the phone after saying that. Subsequently, he looked stunned. "Isn't that the company I work for? Isn't it too much of a coincidence?" Shaking his head, he hailed a cab and rushed to Yafo Cosmetics Company Limited. No matter what, he had to take a look. As soon as he arrived at the company, Yi Chen saw Lu Feng when he was going to the director's office. Lu Feng's expression was rather unnatural. After all, what happened yesterday was still fresh in his mind. He felt his cheeks burning as he thought about it. No, I must find a way to fire this brat. Otherwise, with his ability, he'll threaten me sooner or later. No matter how powerful you are, Yi Chen, as long as you're in this company, I'm stronger than you. There's nothing you can do if I mess with you. Lu Feng smiled proudly as he thought to this point. He called out to Yi Chen immediately. Yi Chen, come here. I have something to tell you. Yi Chen looked at him without moving. What do you mean, Yi Chen? Do you think you can look down on me just because you have a luxurious house? Lu Feng's face turned grim as he threatened. Don't forget that you're still an employee of the company, and I'm your superior. I have the right to make you work for the company. Work for the company. Yi Chen smiled and followed him into the sales department's office with interest. At that moment, everyone was there. They were gloating when they looked at Yi Chen. Yi Wen was the only one who pretended not to see him. Lu Feng said while smiling all of a sudden after Yi Chen sat down, Yi Chen, you've been in the company for a few days now. You should be familiar with the company's business scope. I'm giving you a sales mission now. If you can't complete it, not only will your salary be deducted, but you'll also be fired. What mission? Yi Chen smiled calmly. Finally, you can't take it anymore? Lu Feng turned around and took a document from his desk. He placed it before Yi Chen and said in all seriousness, the company sells cosmetics. Naturally, your mission is to promote cosmetics to premium customers. There are 2 premium customers in this document. Your current mission is to recommend our products to them. Zhao Qian, who was standing aside, could not help but chuckle. Standing aside, Zhao Qian could not help but say while smiling, Yi Chen, everyone in the sales department has a fixed sales performance. We didn't arrange it for you because you're new. Although she said that, she was so happy that she was almost laughing out loud. The reason being that the 2 premium customers that Lu Feng had arranged for Yi Chen were the most difficult, and they had the worst tempers. Everyone in the office had taken turns to be scolded by Guoliang earlier. Meanwhile, Shen Shuhua was just a mental patient. How was it possible to promote products to a mental patient? Some of the old people in the office secretly shook their heads. Those who were smart knew that Lu Feng was going to make things difficult for Yi Chen and fire him. Yi Chen picked up the document and saw 2 names written on it. They were Guoliang and Shen Shuhua. At that moment, Yi Chen had a strange expression on his face. Lu Feng thought that he was backing off, so he added immediately, Don't think that I'm bullying you. These 2 customers are the easiest to communicate with. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you can't complete it. Yi Wen ignored him. She lowered her head and drew a picture with a pen. She was very focused. There was a person walking in the dark in the picture. The person was wearing a clown mask. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Feng wryly. Are you sure you want me to promote makeup products to these 2 people? Of course. Make the call now. You must convince one of them before you get off work. Lu Feng scoffed. Just when he thought that Yi Chen would resign in anger, Yi Chen said while smiling, It won't take a day. I'll get them in 10 minutes. The entire office was shocked as soon as he said that. Everyone thought they heard it wrong. 10 minutes? Zhang Li snickered out loud. She said in disdain, Yi Chen, don't you think you're bragging too much? Zhou Kai and Zhao Qian seemed to have heard something funny. They were laughing so hard that they could not even stand straight. Yi Wen secretly scoffed. Do you really think that you're so full of yourself just because you have a villa? Guoliang is the Tianqin Group's director. His value is 10 times higher than yours. That little bit of money you have is nothing to him. Chapter 44. At the Wena Hotel in Lin City, Lan looked at Guoliang and Zhou Min before her helplessly. Ever since her mother, Shen Shuhua, recovered, they had moved to the hotel. They wanted to draw a line between them and her father. Never had she thought that he would come to them. Shin Shuhua sat aside quietly. There was no emotion in her eyes when she looked at Oh Guliang and Zhou Min as if they were strangers. Oh Guliang did not mind the mother and daughter's coldness at all. He turned his head and slapped Zhou Min, making her kneel onto the ground. He then looked at the mother and daughter in guilt. Lon Lon, wifey, I'm sorry. I apologize for what I did earlier. I'm not human. I was blinded by lard. He slapped himself as he spoke and wailed. But I've gotten the punishment I deserve. I have AIDS. I'll definitely die if I have AIDS. Shin Shuhua sneered. Her own husband messed around with other women and got AIDS in the end. What a big irony. Dad, do you really have AIDS? Olan asked, feeling sorry for him. At the same time, she was secretly shocked. Never had she thought that Yi Chen would be right again. Oh Guliang forced a smile. The medical report is out. Dad's blood test is positive. Lon Lon, I know that you're close to Miracle Dr. Yi. Please ask Miracle Dr. Yi to save me. I was wrong. I won't force you to marry Ding Lei anymore. Instead, I'll support you to be with Miracle Dr. Yi. Dad, what are you talking about? Oh, Lan's cheeks flushed. She said angrily, Yi Chen and I don't have that kind of relationship. She had no idea that her reaction confirmed Oh Guliang's speculation. Just when Oh Guliang clenched his teeth and was going to kneel to Olan, Yi Chen picked up his phone and called Oh Guliang. On the other hand, Yi Chen picked up his phone and called Oh Guliang as Lu Feng urged him impatiently. The countdown starts now. You only have 10 minutes. Lu Feng said wryly as he turned on the stopwatch on his phone. Zhao Qian, Zhang Li, and the rest stared at Yi Chen with their eyes wide open. They were secretly anticipating that he would be rejected and be fired. Oh, Guliang's phone rang just when he bent down. The veins on his face bulged. He scolded as soon as he picked up the call. Aren't you salesmen annoying? I said I don't want it, so I don't want it. If you call me again, I'll sue you for harassment. Now that he had AIDS and because of what had happened to Ding Lei, he was already furious. How could he be in the mood to buy cosmetics? Yi Chen said coldly, I'm Yi Chen. Lu Feng sneered when he heard that. Are you Yi Chen? Why don't you say you're Zhou Ruinfa? I don't care if you're Yi Chen or Wang Chen. I'm not in a good mood. Oh, Guoliang screamed by instinct. He froze halfway through his sentence. He stammered with his eyes wide open. Why, your miracle doctor, Yi Chen. This was because this voice was just too familiar. Before this, it was like a nightmare to him. But now that he heard it again, it was even better than the sound of nature. Yi Chen responded coldly. Just when he was going to speak, he heard Oh Guoliang crying through the phone. Miracle doctor, Yi, help! Help! I shouldn't have offended you earlier. I hope you can be magnanimous, Yi Chen said while smiling. I'm calling to promote some cosmetics to you. However, judging from your tone earlier, you don't want it anymore. Since that's the case, forget it. As he spoke, he was about to hang up. Wait, Miracle Doctor Yi, wait. Oh, Guoliang panicked when he heard that. Miracle Doctor Yi, I want the cosmetics. I want as many as you have. I want them no matter what price you offer. Yi Chen turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Lu Feng. Oh yeah, how many packaged cosmetics does our Yaffle Cosmetics company have? How much is one set? We don't have any in the company, but we have 50,000 sets in stock at the factory. They haven't been distributed yet. It's 499 yuan per set. Lu Feng gulped and said. He felt like the script had gone awry. Yi Chen gave a short response and said into the phone, Are you sure you want as many as you have? We have 500,000 here. Each set is 499 yuan. His voice fell. The people in the office were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground and cursed out loud. Big brother, it was 50,000 sets. How did it become 500,000 sets when it came to you? One had to know that a set of cosmetics alone cost 500 yuan. 500,000 sets would cost 250 million yuan, which was equivalent to the company's annual sales. Moreover, Director O was a man. Even if he bought cosmetics as a gift, it would be great if he could only get dozens of sets, right? Miracle Dr. Yi, I want 500,000 sets. I can transfer the full payment to you first. Oh, Guoyang said without even thinking about it. Sure. Yi Qin nodded and asked, Oh yeah, Sister Shen should be next to you, right? Get her to answer the phone. Oh, Guoyang passed the phone to Xin Shuhua, who was next to him immediately, and said weakly, Miracle Doctor, Yi is looking for you. Xin Shuhua was elated. She took the phone over and said in extreme gratitude, Miracle Dr. Yi, you don't have to say any more. I want 100,000 sets of cosmetics from your company. I'll pay you in full first. Although she had been insane for 3 years, she had opened a company before that, so she had some savings. Yi Qin hung up before Guoyang could reply. He turned his head and said to Lu Feng while smiling, All right, one of them is willing to buy 500,000 sets from us, while the other is willing to buy 100,000 sets. Moreover, they'll pay in full first. Lu Feng's jaw dropped. Zhao Qian, Zhang Li, Zhou Kai, and Yuan, who were next to him, had their jaws dropped. They could not say a word. It's done just like that? Moreover, it's 600,000 sets that are worth over 100 million? Isn't this business a little too easy? Just when everyone was feeling dizzy, Zhao Qian scoffed all of a sudden. Yi Qin, I can't believe that you're such a person. I can't believe that you hired 2 people to put on a show to trick us so that you won't be fired. The rest snapped back to their senses after hearing what she said. They thought that it was impossible to. Lu Feng looked coldly at Yi Qin immediately and said, Zhao Qian is right. Yi Qin, you've crossed the line. Do you really think we're fools? I suggest Master Lu to call Director O and ask him yourself. If it's proven that Yi Qin really hired someone, fire him immediately, Zhang Li said in a cold tone. Lu Feng nodded immediately and took out his phone. He called the number on the document again. Zhou Kai said in a timely manner, Put it on speaker. Let everyone listen and witness someone's face. Lu Feng put it on speaker again. Soon the call was picked up. Oh, Guoyang's voice came from the other end. Who's this? Lu Feng took a deep breath and said carefully while smiling, Hi, Director O. I'm the superior of the person who called to promote the product to you earlier. Our company found out that this employee lied about his performance, so I'm calling to confirm with you. If it's proven that our employee lied, I'll definitely punish him severely. Are you talking about Miracle Dr. Yi Qin? Oh, Guoyang asked uncertainly. Lu Feng said while smiling, Director O, you've got it wrong. His name is Yi Qin, but he's not a miracle doctor. He's just a new employee in our company. A new employee? Oh, Guoyang said in his deep voice. Lu Feng nodded. That's right. He's a new employee. This person is usually dishonest and likes to cheat. Cheat my A***s. Before he was done speaking, Guoyang cursed in the phone directly. Miracle Dr. Yi is my wife's savior. How can your company make him a new employee? Still trying to play tricks? I think you're the one who's cheating, aren't you? You must be jealous of Miracle Dr. Ye's talent. That's why you're slandering him in front of me. That's right. Just now, my wife and I agreed to buy 600,000 sets of cosmetics from your company. However, all the sales can only be credited to Miracle Dr. Yi. All of a sudden, there was dead silence in the office. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They thought they were hallucinating. Is this really Guoyang, the CEO of Tianqin Group, a listed company that is one of the top 500 companies in China? He cursed as soon as he opened his mouth. He even fawned over Yi Qin in all sorts of ways. Why did it feel ridiculous? Lu Feng was furious. Just when he was about to say something, Guoyang hung up the phone. At that moment, the office was so quiet that only heavy panting could be heard. Zhao Qian, Zhang Li, Zhou Kai, and the rest stared deadly at Yi Qin. There was shock, fear, and respect in their eyes. Yuan felt like she had been slapped in the face again. Moreover, it was a loud slap. Lu Feng panted heavily. His eyes were bloodshot when he looked at Yi Qin. Why? Why does a piece of trash like you have a luxurious mansion that costs a lot of money and knows the CEO of a listed company? Are you AF * King Monkey, who sent you here to punish me? No, I must fire this brat. I must. I don't want to see him for another second. While everyone was silent, Yi Qin lifted his head to look at Lu Feng. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. It's been less than 10 minutes. I suppose I've passed the company's mission? Lu Feng's expression could not stop changing. It was as if he was performing a Peking opera. Suddenly, he smirked in an extremely cold manner. Chapter 45. In the entire office, only Yi Wen and Lu Feng knew that Yi Qin owned the Nine Dragons Bay Villa. However, both of them remained silent about it. Yi Qin was shocked to hear that Lu Feng was finally going to fire him. Zhao Qian, Zhang Li, Zhou Kai, and the rest looked at Yi Qin while gloating. They seemed to want to see panic and fear on his face. Yi Qin said expressionlessly, "Why? I don't like you, and the other colleagues don't want to work with you either. Is that a good enough reason?" Lu Feng sneered. He had completely fallen out with Yi Qin. He had made up his mind to kick Yi Qin out of the company so that he would not be a threat to him in the future. Moreover, this was the only way he could take revenge on Yi Qin. Oh, Yi Qin responded. He looked at him wryly and asked, "Is there such a rule in the company to fire employees?" "Don't talk to me about rules. You have to remember, the sales department is my territory. My words are the rules. No one dares to disagree with my decisions." Instead of getting angry, Lu Feng laughed. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked like he was going to eat him alive. "Moreover, my third uncle is the director of the HR department. What do you think he'll do if I talk to him?" Yi Qin nodded and said while smiling, "So, you're saying that you can fire anyone you want as long as they don't violate the company's management rules." After saying that, he looked up at the others and grinned. "Do you think so too?" Many of them held their heads down and dared not look at him. Although Lu Feng had crossed the line, he was their superior. They could not offend him for Yi Qin. On the other hand, Zhao Qian, Zhang Li, Zhou Kai, and the rest were smirking. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. They were thrilled to see Yi Qin being defeated. Yuan opened her mouth, but said nothing in the end. She lowered her head and continued drawing. To her, nothing was more important than the person who had saved her that night. At this moment, an unusually serious voice sounded in the company's broadcast. "All department employees, please pay attention. Go to the conference room on the 3rd floor immediately and listen to Chairman Ye's speech. All employees must be present. No one is allowed to be absent." The announcer repeated it 3 times. Zhao Qian could not help but ask, "Young Master Lu, isn't the company's chairman surnamed Feng? Why is your surname Yi again?" Everyone turned to look at Lu Feng. Lu Feng said while smiling, "I bet you guys don't know yet. I heard from my third uncle that the company had a board meeting this morning. We've got a new director with the surname Yi." "Ah." Zhang Li let out a cry of surprise and said with some worry, "There's really a new chairman. As the saying goes, a new official sweeps the whip. Will it affect our sales department?" She voiced out what everyone was thinking. Every company had its shortcomings, and when the new chairman took office, he would definitely make great efforts to rectify them, such as salary, performance, basic benefits, and even department adjustments. No matter what he did, it would definitely hurt the interests of some people. "Don't worry. My third uncle is already inquiring about Chairman Ye's information. Once we figure out his character and hobbies, it will be easy." Lu Feng smiled confidently and said, "Actually, it's a good thing to have a new director. The original director Feng almost didn't care about him, so we couldn't get in touch with him. Now that Director Yi is here, we might be able to become his right-hand man. Who knows, we might even be promoted. Master Lu, don't forget about us if you're promoted in the future. Zhou Kai was the first to start sucking up to him. Lu Feng smiled proudly. Don't worry. As long as you guys follow me faithfully, you guys will definitely benefit. Let's go. It'll be terrible if you leave a bad impression on Director Yi if you're late. He was about to leave with his people as he spoke. Zhao Qian glanced at Yi Qin and scoffed. What should we do with this brat? Should we get the security to chase him out of the company? Let him go to the meeting first. I'll fire him from the HR department when he's back. Lu Feng glanced coldly at Yi Qin and said, Yi Qin, you're lucky that you get to see the company's new director before you leave. The reason why they were bringing Yi Qin there was that the HR department had yet to tally the information of the employees being fired. Moreover, the announcement earlier requested that nobody should be absent. Yi Qin smiled and said nothing. He rushed out with them and soon arrived at the big meeting room on the 3rd floor of the company. The meeting room was huge. It was approximately 300 square meters in size. There were seats everywhere as far as the eye could see. At the moment, many people were seated in neat attire. Meanwhile, there was a podium at the front of the meeting room. Many of the company's upper echelons were directing people to get things done. Lu Feng led the people to the seats in the middle on the left. Yi Qin felt the urge to pee as soon as he sat down, so he got up and went to the bathroom. Just when he was going to wash his hands, a man in a suit and leather shoes was washing his hands next to him. The man glanced at Yi Qin and seemed to have recalled something. He said excitedly, Why, you're Director Yi. You are. Yi Qin was slightly stunned. The man wanted to shake Yi Qin's hand by instinct, but he wiped it on his suit immediately when he noticed that his hand was wet. He said excitedly, Director Yi, I'm the company's general manager, Gao Hong. You can just call me Xiao Gao. Before this, Gao Hong already knew about Yi Qin's information, including his photo. He had been frustrated that he could not see Yi Qin in person, now that he bumped into him in the bathroom. How could he not be excited and lose his composure? Yi Qin nodded calmly. You guys have worked hard. No. This is what we should do. It's Director Yi who has worked hard. You've become our company's director at such a young age. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're a genius. Gao Hong said respectfully, as if he was on steroids. Director Yi, the meeting room should be ready. Let me bring you there myself. There's no need for that. I'll take a look down there. Yi Qin shook his head and smiled. No matter what, this company belonged to him now, so he had to take a good look at it. Gao Hong was a smart man. He knew that the new director was going to observe the company's situation in a low-key manner, so he could only nod. Sure, I'll invite you to give a speech later. Yi Qin chatted with him for a while before returning to the meeting room. He realized that the entire meeting room was full. Zhang Li, who was next to him, glared at him. What are you doing, Yi Qin? How can you run around at such an important time? You'll suffer if you drag us into this. That's right. I'm warning you. Don't you dare cause trouble to take revenge on me just because you're fired, Lu Feng said coldly. Yi Qin smiled and took a good look at the people around him quietly. Zhang Li could only scoff upon seeing him like that. She asked the people around her softly, Have you guys seen Director Yi? No. Zhao Qian shook her head. She mumbled while taking a good look at the entire meeting room. This Director Yi of ours is really mysterious. Guess what he looks like. How old is he? I'm guessing that Director Yi must be handsome. As for his age, he should be between 40 to 50, Zhang Li said in deep thought. Zhao Qian said while looking infatuated, No. I'm guessing this Director Yi shouldn't be 40. He should look like a domineering president. He's young, handsome, single, and very manly. Go ahead and flirt. Zhang Li rolled her eyes at him angrily and mocked. Do you think this is an idle drama? A domineering president? Moreover, even if Director Yi is really a domineering president, do you think he'll like you? Don't look down on me, all right? Zhao Qian looked indignant. She shook the 36D on her chest and said, I'm someone with money after all. What if Director Yi likes my style? All right, stop talking. Lu Feng stopped them immediately. Yi Chen, who was standing aside, was stunned to hear that. He could only secretly shake his head. He had no idea that Zhao Qian happened to see him shaking his head. She thought he was mocking her, so she said angrily, Yi Chen, what do you mean by shaking your head? Although your surname is also Yi, you and Chairman Yi are like heaven and earth. Even if I get gang raped, I won't fall for someone like you. As soon as she was done speaking, an extremely serious voice came from the stage. Silence! The people lifted their heads to look. They saw the general manager, Gao Hong, standing on the stage with a microphone in his hand. He stared at them in all seriousness. The entire meeting room fell into silence, and nobody dared to breathe loudly. Gao Hong glanced through the people below the stage expressionlessly and said in his deep voice, I believe everyone knows that our Yaffle company is undergoing a board reform. The original director Fong has retired because of her pregnancy, and the company has a new director, Director Yi. No one below the stage spoke, because everyone had received the news before this. Even so, everyone's breathing quickened because of this. Now that the company is without a leader, we believe that Director Ye's arrival will definitely bring the company to a new level. We all firmly believe that under Chairman Ye's wise leadership, all the employees in the company will have their own fighting spirit and initiative. Gao Hong took 2 steps forward as he spoke to this point. He bowed to the audience below the stage and said respectfully, Please welcome Director Yi to the stage. At the same time, the rest of the company's upper echelons behind him bowed and said in unison, Please welcome Director Yi. Their neat and powerful voices echoed through every corner of the meeting room. Coupled with Gao Hong's passionate speech, everyone's mood was lifted. Everyone looked around carefully with their eyes wide open. They were curious about who exactly the company's new director, Director Yi, was. Even Lu Feng, Zhao Qian, Zhang Li, Zhou Kai, Yi Wen, and the rest were no exception. If not for the fact that the higher-ups were watching, they would have stood up since the beginning. Under the watchful eyes of the people, Yi Wen stood up. Chapter 46. As Yi Chen stood up all of a sudden, everyone had their eyes fixed on him. Yi Chen, why are you standing up? Sit down. Zhang Li pulled Yi Chen immediately. She was so shocked that she almost screamed. Idiot! Can't you see what's going on? Everyone is waiting for the boss of the company, Director Yi, to show up. You're just a nobody, and yet you're standing up at this moment. Are you trying to make us anger Director Yi and the company's upper management? Are you out of your mind, Yi Chen? Don't drag me along if you want to die. Lu Feng was almost crying out of fear. He would not have brought Yi Chen to the meeting if he had known this would happen. Now, under the watchful eyes of the public, because of you, the entire sales department will be implicated. Zhao, Qian, Zhou Kai, and the rest lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at the leader on the stage. Yi Wen glared coldly at Yi Chen and could not help but say, What exactly are you trying to do? Even if Lu Feng wants to fire you, you don't have to take revenge on him, do you? She was getting more and more disgusted with this cousin of hers. Forget that he liked to pretend he was so petty. While they were talking, a leader walked over and looked at Lu Feng with a stern expression. Look at who you've brought with you. Manager Wu, Lu Feng's face turned pale, but he hated Yi Chen to death. Manager Wu waved and interrupted him. He turned his head and scolded Yi Chen. Who asked you to stand up? Sit down now. The people on the stage asked me to speak on the stage. How am I supposed to go up if I don't stand up? Yi Chen rubbed his nose, feeling rather speechless. Manager Wu was almost pissed. After taking a deep breath in, he said while suppressing his anger, They're calling Director Yi? Is there something wrong with your ears? I'm the Director Yi that they're talking about, Yi Chen said in between tears and laughter. Why did everyone think that he was messing around? You. Manager Wu was enraged. If not for the fact that there were so many people present, he would have slapped Yi Chen. Director Yi is the boss of the company. His aura and dressing are incomparable to ordinary people. If you're Director Yi, then wouldn't I be the boss of the provincial party committee? Yi Chen smiled and stopped explaining. He walked to the stage directly. It was too late when Manager Wu and Lu Feng wanted to stop him. The crowd gasped. No one had expected that someone would dare to cause trouble at such a time and even take the initiative to walk onto the stage. At that moment, Manager Wu stomped his feet in anger. He looked at Lu Feng ferociously and gnashed his teeth. Lu Feng's face was filled with despair. It's over. A good meeting was ruined by this brat. This time, he would definitely offend Director Yi. At that time, forget about getting promoted. He might not even be able to keep his job. However, what happened next shocked them to their core. Gao Hong, who had been holding his head down, jogged to Yi Chen. He said excitedly and respectfully, "Greetings, Director Yi." At the same time, the other company's upper echelons who were standing behind him greeted him in unison. "Greetings, Director Yi." The audience instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. What? He's Director Yi? Plop. Looking at Yi Chen, who was surrounded by so many bosses, Manager Wu, who was scolding him earlier, fell to the ground directly. He could not stop shaking. I can't believe I taught the company's director a lesson. Lu Feng rubbed his eyes immediately, thinking that he was hallucinating. Subsequently, his eyes went blank. How is that possible? Zhao Qian turned pale from the shock, while Zhang Li's mouth was wide open. Zhou Kai looked like he had just seen a ghost and could not stop gulping. Yi Wen, on the other hand, covered her mouth hard in shock. Yi Chen, Director Yi Chen did not care about the people's reaction. He nodded at Gao Hong while smiling. Gao Hong led Yi Chen onto the stage immediately. He then picked up the microphone and introduced, "I believe everyone can see that the person standing before me is the company's new director. Let's welcome Director Ye's speech with our warmest applause." As soon as he was done speaking, the people below the stage snapped back to their senses. Thunderous applause exploded. They could not stop looking at Yi Chen. Many of the female employees were so infatuated that their eyes almost flew to Yi Chen. Some of the female employees even shrieked, "I can't believe that our Director Yi is so young. He's so handsome when he's serious. He looks so familiar." Many of the male employees scoffed. They thought to themselves, "If you give me the position of director, I'll definitely kill Brother Edison in a second." Although that was the case, it did not stop them from being shocked by Yi Chen's age. He did not look like he was 30 years old, but he had become the director of a company that had annual sales of billions. Among everyone present, Lu Feng, Zhang Li, Zhao Qian, Zhou Kai, and the rest could not bring themselves to laugh. Their thoughts were the most complicated because they had conflicts with Yi Chen. They had even targeted him many times. Zhao Qian's face turned pale because she had mocked Yi Chen and Director Yi earlier. She said that she would rather be gang raped than let Yi Chen take advantage of her. However, the Yi Chen that she mocked was Director Yi. Lu Feng slid from his seat to the ground. His face was pale, while sweat the size of beans could not stop dripping from his forehead. Yi Chen was the so-called Director Yi. However, he wanted to fire the director earlier. Lu Feng felt dizzy as he thought to this point. He felt as if the world was spinning around him. Yi Chen, who was on the stage, pressed his hand down, and the place fell into silence. After taking the microphone that Gao Hong passed to him, he glanced at the people below and said while smiling, "You guys must be disappointed to see me, right? I'm guessing the director that you guys have in mind is either a handsome, domineering director or a bald man with a beer belly who shaves his hair when he's over 50. Unfortunately, I'm neither of them." Laughter came from below the stage immediately. They did not expect the new Director Yi to be so humorous. Yi Chen proceeded to speak. "Since I've only been appointed today, there are many things that I don't know about in the company. Therefore, I won't waste my time talking to you guys. I'll announce a few personnel transfers now." The people pricked up their ears as soon as he was done speaking. They were worried that the new director would be fired after all. Yi Chen lifted his head to look below the stage and said in his deep voice, "Who's the HR director?" After a few seconds of silence, a man who was sitting in the front row stood up slowly. It was Lu Kuan. "Director Yi." Lu Kuan called out weakly and almost knelt onto the ground. In reality, he knew that he was in trouble when Yi Chen stepped onto the stage earlier. After all, he had made things difficult for Yi Chen on the first day he was hired. As the HR director of the company, you're in charge of the entry and exit of the company's talents. However, you neglected your duty and abused your power. Therefore, you're fired. Yi Chen nodded and did not give him a chance to speak. Lu Kuan fainted on the spot. Yi Chen did not even look at him and proceeded to speak. "Where's the sales director?" Manager Wu, who was sitting earlier, staggered. "As the boss of the sales department, you don't have enough control over your employees. They're just fooling around and waiting to die. What's the difference between that and raising a bunch of useless people? Therefore, you're fired from the company too." The people below the stage did not even dare to breathe loudly. Director Yi had fired the leaders of 2 departments as soon as he was appointed. The fire was burning fiercely. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was shaking harder and harder. Even his third uncle, who was his only support, had been fired. It would be hard for him to escape death. Zhao Qian and the rest clenched their fists tightly and tried their best to keep their heads low. They hoped that Yi Chen would not notice them. Yi Chen paused for a moment and lifted his head to look at where Lu Feng and the rest were. He said while smiling, "Sales Director Lu Feng and employees Zhao Qian, Zhang Li and Zhou Kai, you guys are fired too." Zhao Qian, Zhang Li, and the rest went limp and fell onto the ground directly as if all the energy in their bodies had been sucked out. "What right do you have to do that?" Lu Feng blurted out by instinct. Gao Hong stood up immediately and scolded, "How dare you? How can you talk to the director like that? What right do I have to do that?" Yi Chen waved and said while looking at him while smiling, "That's a great question. Just like how you wanted to fire me earlier. You said that you're the boss of the sales department. Whatever you say is the rule, and nobody dares to say no. I'd like to tell you that I'm the director of the company now. Whatever I say is the rule. If I say I want to fire you, I'll fire you. Who dares to say no? Who dares?" Yi Chen glanced at the few company upper echelons before him as he spoke. All of them held their heads down immediately. Nobody dared to look at him. At that moment, he was like an emperor. The glow on his body was so intense that nobody dared to look at him directly. Lu Feng smiled miserably and glared at Yi Chen as if he had gone mad all of a sudden. "Yi, I'm not convinced. I want to fight you one-on-one. Come down and fight me one-on-one if you have the balls." One could say that he no longer had the right to be arrogant before Yi Chen. "One-on-one. That's a kid's trick." Yi Chen chuckled and looked at him in a condescending manner. He enunciated word for word. "Besides, do you deserve it?" Gao Hong took out his walkie-talkie and said into it immediately, "Someone, chase them out of the company." Subsequently, a few security guards came in and took Lu Feng, Zhao Qian, and the rest away by force. Yi Wen, who was in the crowd, bit her lip and clenched her fists tightly. She looked at Yi Chen in rage and embarrassment. "Why? Why do you always change and slap me in the face every time I think I've seen through you? Did I have a grudge against you in my past life?" She moved her lips and said to Yi Chen angrily while looking at him, "Fire me too. I don't want to work here anymore." "Sure." Yi Chen nodded and turned his head to say to Gao Hong, who was next to him, "Fire her too. Give her 2 months of salary." Yi Wen was exasperated. "I was just saying." Chapter 47. Yi Chen's expression was as calm as still water as he watched Yi Wen run out crying. He had no intention of stopping her at all. He thought he had done enough for Yi Wen. Subsequently, he began inspecting the entire company under the protection of the general manager, Gao Hong, and a bunch of upper echelons. Seeing that it was time to get off work, Yi Chen left the company to pick up Meng Meng. Gao Hong and the rest were relieved as soon as he left. The pressure that Yi Chen exuded was just too great. It was the aura of a superior, giving them the feeling that being with a king was like being with a tiger. Deep in the Sherwan Mountains, the place was shrouded in clouds all year round. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a deserted place. A burly middle-aged man with a rough appearance stood under the waterfall with his upper body bare. He was still being battered by the rapid waterfall, but his body did not move at all. If one were to look closer, one would notice that the muscles all over the middle-aged man's body were shaking as if every muscle was breathing. Meanwhile, there was a faint red airflow flowing around his body. Huh. The middle-aged man opened his eyes all of a sudden and released a roar. He was like a ferocious beast that had just woken up. Subsequently, he moved and stepped on the waterfall that was falling from the sky. A crisp sound came from his body as soon as he arrived at the top of the waterfall. The middle-aged man was over the moon. Not bad. You've finally unblocked your conception and governor vessels. You've officially stepped into illuminating pulse. You're much more powerful than that useless junior brother of yours. An ethereal and calm voice rang out. The middle-aged man knelt onto the ground immediately. He said in surprise and joy, "Your disciple, Gufan, congratulates Master for mastering the majestic killer fist." Ha ha ha. Hysterical laughter came from the air, scaring the birds and beasts around away. Subsequently, an extremely old silhouette walked out of nowhere. The old man's silhouette looked a little hunched. However, Gufan, who was kneeling on the ground, felt an invisible pressure coming at him as soon as he appeared. He could still hear the rumbling of the punch echoing in his ears. That was the majestic killer fist. Master had only cultivated it after going into closed-door cultivation for 10 years. Gufan was secretly shocked. He buried his head even lower as he had endless respect in his heart. Master would probably shock the world when he came out of closed-door cultivation this time. Did anything major happen in the outside world while I was in seclusion? The old man walked with a hunched back. He walked very slowly, but with every step he took, the stone slabs under his feet would sink into a footprint. Gufan calmed himself down and got up to answer, "Master, there's a genius in the ancient martial arts world a few days ago." "Genius?" The old man made an "oh" sound and continued to walk, as if he didn't care at all. Gufan nodded and said, "His name is the Unparalleled Sword. Rumor has it that he's only 18 years old, but he has comprehended sword intent and entered the Tao with the sword." Entering the Tao with the sword? In this age of chaos, there are actually still people who use the sword to enter the Tao. The old man's footsteps stopped, and a wisp of extraordinary splendor flashed in the depths of his muddy eyes. Gufan proceeded to speak. This guy's a lunatic. He's challenged many powerhouses in less than 10 days since he came to the world. He's getting more and more courageous as he fights. He broke through 5 levels consecutively and is known as the Sword Saint. Rumor has it that he's challenged the Sword God, Unquestionable Jian. There was finally a change of expression on the old man's face. Unquestionable Jian? As the saying went, Eastern Superior, Western Overlord, Southern Killer, Northern Devil, Unquestionable Jian. Unquestionable Jian naturally referred to Unquestionable Jian. The man was also a sword cultivator, and his ability was unfathomable. He was known as the Sword God, and even the Southern Killer had no confidence in defeating him. Yes, it's Unquestionable Jian. I heard that this guy doesn't like Unquestionable Jian's title as the Sword God. He even said that only his master deserves to be called the Sword God in this world. So he challenged Unquestionable Jian, Gufan said weakly. What an arrogant young man. The old man could not stop smirking and asked again, "How did Unquestionable Jian reply?" Gu Fan's lips moved slightly. The sword god only replied with 8 words. Let's fight on the snow mountain in 3 months. Interesting. The sword saint doesn't like the sword god's title, so he challenged him. The sword god will naturally accept the challenge to protect his pride. I'm looking forward to the saint god battle. The old man chuckled softly and seemed to have recalled something. He said while frowning, "Oh yeah, where's your junior brother, Lin Fan?" Gu Fan's face turned pale, and he knelt onto the ground again. He buried his head on the ground and said in a bitter voice, "Master, junior brother is dead. He was killed by someone. You've been in closed-door cultivation, and my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. That's why it's been delayed until now." The old man coughed twice and said expressionlessly, "Who killed him?" He was not heartbroken over his disciple's death, but he was curious about who dared to kill his disciple. Haha, even those few would not dare to do that, would they? Junior brother was killed by someone called Mr. Yi. This Mr. Yi is very mysterious. I only heard that he's from Lin City. When I was collecting junior brother's body, I found out that his throat was crushed by a powerful external force. However, there was no energy wave at all. Gu Fan dared not hide anything at all. He told the old man everything that he knew. He killed your junior brother with strength alone? Could this person be a physical expert? The old man frowned and subsequently shook his head. Forget it. Go down the mountain yourself and bring this Mr. Ye's head as a sacrifice to your junior brother. It was just a disciple's death. A person who was like an ant did not know that he would go down the mountain himself. Gu Fan responded right away. At Little Swan Kindergarten, Yi Chen successfully picked up Meng Meng, who came out with her backpack. Just when he was going home after kissing her, a voice came from behind. "Mr. Yi, wait up!" When he turned his head to look, he saw Olan in a white dress chasing after him quickly. She said while panting, "Mr. Yi, why are you hiding from me?" "No," Yi Chen said while smiling. "Of course not. Auntie Lan has been sending Meng Meng to school for the past few days." Olan rolled her eyes at him angrily. She was filled with resentment. She was considered a beauty, right? She would attract countless men's invasive stares no matter where she went. However, it did not work before Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and said nothing. Olan paused and suddenly bowed to Yi Chen. She said softly, "Mr. Yi, thank you. Thank you for saving my mother." "You don't have to do that, Ms. O. I saved Sister Shin to thank you for taking care of Meng Meng. Moreover, Sister Shun paid me after that," Yi Chen said in between tears and laughter. "Sister Shin?" Olan was speechless. "Bastard, are you trying to take advantage of me? Since you're calling my mother Sister Shin, should I call you Uncle Yi? We're less than 5 years apart in age." She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Yi, can you help my dad?" Oh, Guoyang had begged her countless times before coming. He even knelt to his daughter. His goal was to get her to ask Yi Chen to treat him. "Ms. Oh, I know what you're trying to say." Yi Chen interrupted her immediately. "If he's a man, he should have begged me himself. What's so great about using a woman to get sympathy? Moreover, I looked down on a piece of trash who abandoned his wife and daughter for benefits and lust." He picked up Meng Meng and turned around to leave after saying that. Chapter 48. Yi Chen could not help but chuckle as he looked at the little girl's cunning eyes. "Why would Daddy like your teacher, oh? Don't talk nonsense." "Then does our teacher like you, Daddy?" The little girl tilted her head and asked while deep in thought. Yi Chen patted the 2 braids on her head and said angrily, "No, I was just wondering why a kid like you would say that you like her." "Pfft, I'm not a kid." The little girl pouted. "Pai Yong from our class likes Wang Tian Tian, who sits next to him. He even wrote a love letter to her." "Really?" Yi Chen was dumbstruck. Speaking of which, are all the kids these days so mature so early? They already know how to write love letters to each other when they're only 4 or 5 years old. The little girl nodded and said, "A classmate got Pai Yang's love letter back then. The classmate even read it in front of the whole class. The little girl struggled out of Yi Chen's embrace as she spoke to this point. She placed her hands on her waist and made a speech. She said in all seriousness, "Paiyang wrote this. Wang Tiantian, I like you. I hope that you can be my girlfriend and move to my house. If that's the case, my parents won't treat me like a kid. They won't beat me if I wet the bed, and I won't have to go to school and sleep in every day. But let's make this clear. If you become my girlfriend, you can't snatch the half-pack of little raccoon crispy noodle snacks that I've hidden under my bed." Yi Chen was speechless. Apart from being impressed, he had no idea how to describe it. This little girl, named Paiyang, should change her name to Chengdu. Her nickname is Xiao. The little girl suddenly buried her head and called out weakly, "Daddy, what's wrong?" Yi Chen was going to hug her. The little girl took a step back and lifted her head to look at Yi Chen with tears in her eyes. "Daddy, don't abandon me, all right?" "No, my dear daughter, what are you talking about? Why would Daddy not want you?" Yi Chen was confused by her sudden tears. The little girl's tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. "If Daddy has a new woman, he will have other children with her. In that case, Meng Meng will be a poor child without parents. Moreover, stepmother will not like Meng Meng. Our neighbor, Xiao Hao's father, has found a new woman. Xiao Hao is beaten by stepmother every day, and stepmother doesn't give Xiao Hao any food." Yi Chen found it funny and infuriating at the same time after hearing that. After all this time, it turned out that this girl was jealous. She was worried that she would fall out of favor after he had another woman. Yi Chen stretched his arm and wiped the little girl's tears away. He said, while smiling, "Silly girl, I won't abandon you. I won't look for another woman either. I only love your mother in this world." "Really?" The little fellow immediately stopped crying. Yi Chen said with a straight face, "It's fake. I'll get you a stepmother tomorrow and give you a brother the day after tomorrow. I'll get him to beat you up when he grows up." "Daddy, you're so naughty." The little girl snickered and jumped into Yi Chen's embrace. She could not stop pulling the stubble on his chin. Yi Chen carried her and walked home. "Daddy, when will I see Mommy? I can't wait. Soon. Will Mommy be bullied by those bad guys? How dare they? If Mommy is bullied, I'll beat them all to death." "That's right. I'll beat those bad guys to death. I'll beat them up with Daddy. How dare they bully Mommy?" The little girl was giggling along the way. She seemed to have forgotten who was crying earlier. When the duo arrived home, they saw a black puppy lying in a pool of blood by the road. It could not stop twitching, but the passers-by did not seem to see that. The little girl struggled out of Yi Chen's embrace immediately and ran to the black puppy. She squatted down and said with a bitter expression, "Daddy, this puppy is so pitiful." Yi Chen looked at it and saw that the black puppy was dirty. It was so skinny that it was just skin and bones. It seemed like a stray dog that had been run over by a car. The little girl stretched her arm and could not stop rubbing the black puppy's ears. She said while blowing at it, "Daddy, is it dying? Can you save it?" The little girl's beautiful eyes were tearing up as she spoke. She looked like she was going to cry. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. He could only place his hand on the black puppy and secretly transfer some spiritual power into its body. The injury on the black puppy's stomach was healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. It eventually recovered to its original state. The little girl could not close her mouth from watching that. Her eyes were filled with little stars. "Daddy, you're amazing. The puppy is healed." Yi Chen forced a smile. Only he would do something so stupid to waste his spiritual power on a dog. However, it was his daughter who asked him to do it. The black puppy was going to run after standing up. The little girl hugged it and turned her head to beg, "Daddy, can we adopt this puppy?" Upon hearing that, the black puppy in her embrace struggled even harder. However, it was too small. Coupled with the fact that she was using too much strength, it rolled its eyes. Yi Chen hesitated when he met the little girl's gaze. He nodded after confirming that it was a stray dog. "Sure, Daddy, I know that you're the best." The little girl went over and kissed him on the cheek immediately. She then said to the black puppy in her embrace, "Puppy, come home with me. I'll take good care of you. I'll call you Cutie from now on." Cutie, the black puppy, snorted twice immediately. Nobody knew if it was because it was being strangled or because it understood what she said. The father and daughter brought a dog that they had picked up home. The little girl went to bathe Cutie with excitement on her face as soon as they entered the house. Wulon and Yi Hai could only accept the addition of a family member helplessly. They then went to the pet shop nearby to buy some dog food. The family only went to bed when it was late at night. Yi-Chen closed his eyes and meditated with his legs crossed in his room. He had no idea how long had passed when his ears twitched all of a sudden. He looked at the living room as if he sensed something. At the same time, his divine consciousness shot into the living room through the door. Subsequently, shock flashed through his face. He saw a black puppy walk out of the kennel in the bathroom. On top of that, it was walking on tiptoe. That was right. It was walking on tiptoe, just like a human. Its front legs were hanging in the air while its back legs were on the ground. It walked to the window while shaking it, but in a flirtatious manner. Its tail was raised high, like a thief who had just broken into a house to steal something. It would stop every few steps and listen to the surroundings with its ears perked up. Its eyes would glance at the room that Yi-Chan was in from time to time. Soon it arrived at the window. Then its body shrunk all of a sudden, and it crawled out of the anti-theft window that was as wide as a finger. A strange smirk appeared at the corner of Yi-Chen's lips when he saw that.